which is a heretical sect of Judaism that follows a book called the Kabbalah that is not part of the Torah. So the official book, is the Torah, but there's this other book called the Kabbalah, and it's kind of like a rogue Jewish line, form of Judaism, and this ideology is something that the infiltrated the Masons and the Illuminati, and also this next family that we're about to talk about. Do you know anything about?
But before we get there, is my audio okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound
okay.
Good.
Kabbalism, it basically means received tradition. So there's not a book. The idea was, or so they teach with the Kabbalah or whatever, is that Moses went up on Sinai, and in addition to coming down with the tablets of the law, he was, I don't know if you will, initiated into received traditions of wisdom that go under this name of Kabbalah. Now, any number of people wrote texts about it later, but the key idea is that it's what's not written down. It's what has to be transmitted as a kind of esotericism
Come here and let's do
directly and more immediately from mentor to pupil or master to pupil or initiate to neophyte, if you will, depending on what flavor you're talking about. The other thing is that it rides shotgun on existing texts, most specifically the sacred texts of Judaism, and then it gets applied to other things like with Christian Kabbalah. So one of the primary ways that it's done, most people who are at all passingly interested in the occult will have heard of gematria, which is the idea that you would, how do I say this? Once upon a time, you didn't have distinct numerals. So before the Hindu Arabic, as it's called, numeral system came in, you had, X's and L's and B's and C's with Latin letters. Likewise, you used for reckoning in ancient Greek, you would use letters. That also had numerical values. And so what they discovered is that you could, and this is the same thing apparently with Hebrew, you can take a word and look at it having a particular number of, or a group of letters in that word, and then those letters have a corresponding numerical value, and so you can sort of total them up and come up with a numerical value for the word. And by seeing that one word in a sacred scripture has a certain numerical value, and then going to another word somewhere else in the sacred scripture, seeing that it has the same numerical value, you can see sort of esoteric correspondences that are not available to the everyman. A famous example of it is in Crowley's syncretic work that came much later, but he used gematria, and he used it on Greek. And so his whole thing about 93 being the number of the new law of thelema that's coming. Thelema is Greek for will. He found out that it has the value of 93, and that the word love has, if I'm remembering right, somebody who's into these things and hasn't forgotten can correct me if I'm wrong, but both love and will have the value of 93. And then you sort of have the core credo of Thelemism, or the Ordo Templi Orientis, which is do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and love is the law, love under will. And then love and will both have the value of 93, and OTO people, when they meet each other, say 93.
So
that's an interesting number. I was just thinking about Flight 93.
The traditionalists would say that this Kabbalism, though, even though you were saying it's rooted in a long tradition, they would say it's a long it's just an old anti-tradition, essentially. And this is like very much, they're subverting and undermining and living within existing traditions. So this is like a kind of anti-tradition that exists within Judaism and later within Christianity.
It's actually it's very much to do, AA, with the same distinction that you see with esoteric Shiism, as opposed to sort of the standard run-of-the-mill Sunni idea. And it really, interestingly, comes down to this idea of how you interpret the text. So in a number of respects, it has to do with sort of its own hermeneutics, however the hell you pronounce that. I've only ever read it, no one ever says it in normal conversation, but the idea is that on the one hand, the meaning of the text is self-evident, and that one simply reads it. And of course, this extends all through academic discourse about texts and how they should be understood, and the rest is very, very ancient. But on the one hand, you have the idea that the meaning is plain. So Sunnis would be like, well, depending on which school of Islamic jurisprudence they're involved in, leaving that aside, generally the Sunnis would look at it and say, yeah, but the text is self-evident. Or Christians would say there's no reason to get into some strange allegorical. Baptists would say there's no reason to get into some strange allegorical, wild interpretation of this particular biblical passage, because it's self-evident. Its meaning is plain. God meant what he said and said what he meant, and all this sort of thing, right? On the other hand, you have the idea of allegorical interpretations with esoteric Christian doctrine. Like there's the I think it's the Moravian Church or whatever, something out of former Bohemia that William Blake got involved in, and in their interpretation, there's a secret correspondence between the vagina and the wound in Christ's side that Doubting Thomas put his hand into. If you take a look at esoteric Shiism, as I opened with, they'll have all kinds of crazy, particularly with like Seveners, the Ismailis, Alamut and the rest, Sinan and the Old Man of the Mountain. There's the idea of a Qiyamah or a resurrection, where they kind of say, in me the laws are fulfilled, the Imam has returned, and now we can interpret all this scripture in a different way. I'm not doing a very good job of it, but what I'm trying to point out is that there's a distinction between how text is understood. We can see it in a number of major religions, and on the one hand, you have the idea that the text is self-evident, and you have the sort of cultural impetus to keep it stable so that there's some standard for how it's interpreted. And then you have these esoteric traditions that come along and they say, here's the text, its meaning is not plain. It could come down to esoteric correspondences that we derive using gematria, or it could come from in esoteric Shiism, there's an idea of ta'wil, which is leading back. So you have to have an exponent of the text who's been initiated, who can tell you what the real meaning is, to sort of lead you back up the thread of significance of the apparent words of the text to the hidden meaning behind it. And I guess the fundamental theme, sorry about this for how long it is, but I think it's important, is that on the one hand, you have the text as this canonical cultural aspect that can be relied upon. The meaning is plain, and over time, it can serve as a sort of anchor for the culture because everybody understands it and it provides a model going forward. On the other hand, you have the esoteric interpreters, who are much more like the sophists, who through their wordplay can make you believe that black is white or white is black, and you end up not being connected culturally or traditionally over time with this cultural anchor of the text, because they throw the idea of any standard understanding of it out the window.
And that very neatly brings us on to this fellow Jacob Frank. He was a Polish Jewish guy who lived, I've just got his Wikipedia open now, between 1726 and 1791. And he had this concept called purification through transgression. And he went a step further by explicitly rejecting the Torah as a text at all, and only going by the Kabbalah. So he only wanted to recognize what was in the, according to this, the sacred book of Kabbalah, and not take the Talmud or the Torah or anything else. So they essentially do away with the text, if you want to put it that way. And he becomes important, this Frankism, this kind of sub-branch becomes important because a certain banker, a famous banker, was a Frankist. you probably know which one I mean, right? This one, that one there. So that's something else I thought I'd mention, because the idea is that from this point onwards, the quote unquote Illuminati become Frankists. And they had some pretty explicit aims, which Charlemagne touched on, and I've listed them here. They wanted to end all religion. They wanted the abolition of all monarchy, which in the 1700s would have been a pretty radical position to hold, if you think about it, right? To abolish all monarchs would have been completely unthinkable in 1770 odd, I'd have thought. The abolition of all patriotism, the elimination of private property, the destruction of the family, and, as Charlemagne said, one world government. Now, looking at those aims, Charlemagne, what strikes you about them?
Communism.
They seem pretty familiar, don't they?
Yes, they do. I mean, as Semiagog pointed out, and as the book points out extensively, it's virtually impossible to disentangle these esotericisms we've discussed from communism itself. And thus it's not surprising. I mean, a lot of the book goes through the fact that the precursors to the socialists and even the socialists themselves were involved to some degree or another with some of these secret societies. And you could argue the specifics of who was formerly a member of them and who wasn't, and to what degree the participation in such societies is incidental or not, but nevertheless they are entangled with each other.
You know, one of the documentaries I watched explicitly tried to link Marx and Engels to one of these groups. You know, they said Marx was a Mason or something.
Yeah.
The only thing I would quibble about would be that communism, because of the scale that we're looking at, right? You've got the idea of freedom, of sort of antinomian Christians who step beyond the law, and you have that with Qatar heresies and probably with Bogomils. You have it, as I said, with Ismailis proclaiming the resurrection, the Qiyamah, and the fact that, you know, the laws have been fulfilled and that man has been resurrected in the person of an imam who has reappeared. So I would say that I wouldn't call it specifically communism, because it's such a widespread historical phenomenon. I'd gloss it as a utopianism.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. But I mean, I would also say that just the current left, whatever you call them, by which I don't mean communists, by which I mean the current globalists, right, who are recognizably our enemy right now, they also seem to have this as an aim.
Yes, and the secret societies that we've discussed tend to be, their ideologies tend to be aligned with whatever the progressive ideas are at the time. So the French Revolution is discussed to a significant degree in the book, so is the American Revolution. So of course now, you know, we've progressed further, and you know, these things we're seeing on the slide here looks exactly like what the current progressive value system is.
Yeah, I would definitely acknowledge that. Granted, absolutely, that the current manifestation of it, if it's all utopianism today, it conforms rather neatly to con.
Yeah, and would you agree as well that even though JFK was ostensibly talking about the communists in that clip I played earlier on, you could basically take everything he said now and, let's say, give those same words to Trump, and Trump could be talking about his same enemies, like the enemy that seems to be, you know, taking over America by stealth seems to be pretty similar. Like JFK could have easily been talking about them.
Yes, and I'd say that the even the term overarching hints at it. The fundamental theme of all of it that you seem to see consistently with all of this is the idea of absolute universalism, unrelenting universalism. That's why, you know, any subset of governance or social organization must be destroyed in the face of a thirst for universalism that on the one hand destroys families, on the other hand destroys nations, and any and all pre-existing traditions that will get in the way of this rabid, twisted universalism that must destroy all before it, and that is that key aspect. I mean, think about one world government versus the idea of nations. It's the universalism that these guys are really, high on their own supply.
Yeah, okay, so moving on, we have the finance. Now, I've kept this super simple, okay, but there was a bank in the 18th and the 19th centuries that seemed to be pretty big in financing the quote-unquote Illuminati, although the way it was explained in these things I was watching said, well, they weren't ever formally members of this group, they just acted as their bankers and also happened to be Frankists at the same time. But it was really through the network set up by this family that the Illuminati was able to exercise its world control. Do you know anything about this connection, Semiagog?
Actually, I'm just short of it. There's a series that I'm working on, and only the first 2 episodes have gone up. It's called Light and Darkness, and it's about secret services and secret societies and things like the Illuminati. Anteos has been helping me with it, and we have not yet gotten to the 18th century. But what I will point out is that we did cover the Florentine Neoplatonists, and it's important to recognize that the Rothschilds came along, or I'm sorry, the unmentionable group, whoops, came along and imitated a pattern that had already been put into place with the Medicis. So, and we've dug through that in episode 2 of that Light and Darkness series. You can learn more about this, but the very short version is that the Medicis were a very, very powerful banking house. We all know about how they, played games with governments around Europe. Later, one of the members of their household, Catherine de' Medici, ended up in France, and was directly involved with all sorts of things having to do with the emergence of Protestants and the rest. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the Medicis had their own little secret society that was like an Illuminati in the very general, broad sense of people who knew about mysteries. So you have the Turks coming in and smashing the hell out of the last remnants of the Byzantine Empire, and a bunch of scholars flee. One of them is Gemistus Plethon, or Gemistus Pletho, who arrives in Florence, and he helps people to learn about all to learn Greek, and to learn about all the knowledge that had been preserved in the Byzantine Empire. Here we go, it's going to be Byzantines and Romans again. But he arrives in Florence and helps Marsilio Ficino to become a better translator of Greek, and then for the very first time you see works of Plato that had not appeared anywhere else, and works of Neoplatonists who were incorrectly misunderstood as having come from before the time of Christ. And this secret knowledge was suddenly, as they saw it, was made available in the West again. And so you have Pico della Mirandola with his 900 Theses, and you have all these other major Renaissance figures who had this rebirth of knowledge. And Ficino in particular, studying Neoplatonism and magic and all the rest. Pico himself, who was briefly under the protective umbrella of the Medicis, was the one who worked hard to reintroduce Kabbalism under a large syncretic umbrella. And so what I'm trying to get across, I could have done it better, I'm sorry, and there's more I could talk about, but I'm going to shut up again. The basic concept is that you already had the idea of an incredibly powerful banking house, and this is before a certain minority population was at all in a position to have power, and indeed did not in Florence at that time, or the other Italian city-states. But instead what you had is a Italian Christian family with enormous wealth and enormous power, and of course the Medicis with their symbol of the gold balls or whatever. They're a banking house that wielded incredible power across Europe. And at the same time, they had a group of people with secret knowledge that came from the East. That's a consistent theme, the knowledge coming from the East where the sun rises. and they use that knowledge to inform their programs to some extent and their activities. What's his name? Cosimo de' Medici, the more important one, the earlier one. He, in fact, it is said that on his deathbed, he, as he lay dying or knew that he wasn't going to be around much longer, he actually encouraged Marsilio Ficino to speed up his translation, not of Plato's works, but of the Corpus Hermeticum, the Hermetic documents, which they incorrectly believed were older than Christ and were the purest early form of knowledge. He insisted that Marsilio Ficino complete that translation first so he could read it before he died. So you have literally the first European translations into Latin of the Corpus Hermeticum being translated for the head of the Medici household so that he could read them before he died. So this idea of the banking house and the group of people who have a secret knowledge who are supported by them finds its archetype a couple hundred years before the banking house under consideration here even came into existence.
Great. Well, fantastic little bit of a history lesson there. So yes, and I don't need to go into the ins and outs of how exactly this happened, but there's 5 sons, and each one goes to a different country to help further the plans of the Illuminati, and according to this. Now another important part of this is the adoption of the Hegelian dialectic as something they want to push through history, where you have action, reaction, and then a resolution. But the action is almost always a false flag. The reaction is almost always something that they have manufactured, government response to whatever the action is. And then the resolution to that is what we're now used to calling a new normal. So I'll give you some examples in a moment, but before I move on, Charlemagne, if you're still with us, what's your reaction to seeing the Hegelian dialectic there, put in this way as a kind of Illuminati plan, deliberate?
Well, it's hard to say, how this relates to the Illuminati specifically in terms of what's happening now and ways you could apply this in the past. It definitely, if you try to apply this to past events, you can see how it would fit into things like the French Revolution, Napoleonic Wars, and following national order after that of nation states. You could see how you could apply this to something like World War I, where the goal of abolishing the monarchies was finally achieved, as well as in the Russian revolutions, which are actually mentioned in the book, by the way. You could apply this to World War II. I think World Wars I and II both are steps towards world government. I think the crisis we're seeing now is a step towards world government, which is obviously one of their agendas. As far as
a pandemic onto this very easily, couldn't you? Or,
yeah, you definitely could.
Something like the famous one before that would have been 9/11. Say they would have said, well, this is something that you can see. Well, that was used as a pretext to pass all sorts of security measures that took away liberty, that grew government. It's the crisis and Leviathan thesis, essentially, because the new normal always increases their control.
Yeah, and we can take the idea of false flag and go beyond the physical event and say, well, the things that follow it are false, right? So 9/11 happened. We can understand that event actually happened, but we can also say that the false flag was blaming it in part on Iraq, which is total nonsense, right? You can say that is a false flag that was used to remake part of to remake the Middle East in its relation to the world order. So of course we had a manufactured reaction to it in terms of like the patriotic wave after 9/11 to support those wars, and then of course we have a new normal in the Middle East, which we may see a new iteration of that happen again.
And there's something I would throw in, which is that we saw in what Charlemagne just perspicaciously introduced, which I think is a very, very important point, that it's not about what has occurred, it's about how it's construed and contextualized, and that you can make it anything. It's the joke that I love. It's about a guy who's looking for a particular lawyer. He needs a really badass one, and so he brings in a number of lawyers and he interviews them to find out which one is going to be able to help him out. The first one, he says, what does such and such statute mean? And the guy says, well, according to constitutional law and blah blah blah. And he says, nah, get out. And he brings in another guy in and he says, well, according to Supreme Court judgments as well as English common law. And he says, nah, get out. He brings the third lawyer in and he says, what about this thorny point of law right here? And the lawyer looks around, he goes over, he shuts the blinds, he walks over to the door and locks it and makes sure that the knob doesn't turn, and then he walks over, leans in real close, and he says, what do you want it to mean? And what we see again is that same idea of the text, right? The idea that the occurrences around you speak for themselves and are clear and can be comprehended and understood by anybody who takes a look at them. So you have sort of the tradition of textualism. It means what it says, right? I'm probably misusing the academic terms about a critical analysis of text, but forgive me. Hopefully everybody takes the point. Whereas the other idea is that you need someone to interpret the events, or that power lies in the ability to interpret events for people out there in the world. And so again, we see this theme of those who can construe or interpret and how they can shape the events based on doing so. The last thing about this dialectic that I'd like to throw in is that it is very much this idea of dualism. You can see it with Manichaeans. Reputedly, it had to do with Cathars and Bogomils. It's certainly this sort of strong dualism is associated with Gnosticism in general. And you have the idea of black and white. If you take a look, like just a cursory review of the Wikipedia page on dialectical materialism and how different communist figures viewed it, it's very much the mystical core of their power. And so, like, there's this little quote here. After reading Hegel's Science of Logic in 1914, Lenin made some brief notes outlining 3 elements of logic. They are, number 1, the determination of the concept out of itself. The thing must be considered in its relations and development. 2, the contradictory nature of this thing itself, the other of itself, the contradictory forces and tendencies in each phenomenon. And then number 3, the union of analysis and synthesis. If you want to, if like me, anyone happens to view all this communist utopian stuff as a sort of flattened religion with the vertical dimension removed, the beating heart of it is this worship of, or not worship, but this fascination with dialectical materialism and the permutations of the dialectic itself. And we see, of course, the idea with yin and yang, which is, considered a sort of mystical symbol. You have the black and the white, but the seed in each one is a little dot of the opposite color. It is no accident, I think, that in Freemasonry you see 2 columns, one marked with an I for Joachim or whatever, and one marked with a B for Boaz, and they're placed on either side as black and white columns. But as I recall, the pediment and the capital are on the black one are white, and on the white one are black. So you have the idea of that permutation and that dualism, and the fact that the one can be sort of readily transformed into the other. And I think it's no accident that sophistry itself, once upon a time, was characterized as being the art of telling somebody that black is white and white is black. And if you go back to the old idea of Socrates and his notion of rhetoric as being something that must be harnessed in order to lead people to the truth, as opposed to what Socrates saw as the sort of nonsense and evil, certainly foolishness, of the sophists who had come before, who viewed speech and rhetoric as simply a tool to convince or overpower or persuade or take control. So there's this idea in the dialectic of that sort of manipulation, and as I said at the outset, we can sort of see these themes reflected of the early traditions of interpretations of texts, whether literally or based on some allegorical or secret meaning, and how ultimately allows the arrival of this sophism where you can, don't trust your lying eyes anymore, because those who know, who are tasked with interpretation, have come forth to tell us that, in fact, what happened here with, in Charlemagne's example, 9/11, was really done by Iraq. And I think that both the old mid 20th century German thing of Lügenpresse and the idea of fake news, I think that they have quite a bit in common with the Reformation response to priests as being those who can no longer be trusted, who are trying to exploit you. There's a reaction on the part of the people, some of it fomented perhaps by these very utopians.
Yeah,
and it's all one.
This is an idea, Semyagog, that some of the people I were looking at were touched on. Was that in certain contexts, the reaction of the people, or the reaction of what these days you might call the right, could be a deliberate part of their scheme. One of the ones I was looking at said that the conditions after World War One were such that they were deliberately set up in such a way that there would be a leader, a strongman leader like a Hitler, whether it was him or not, doesn't matter. Somebody like that was going to rise up because they were only going to push the German people so far. And then that reaction in itself, whether he knew it or not, is still part of their plan. And this is where it gets a little bit difficult, but it's the idea. I mean, if you want to transpose it to something a little bit less spicy, take today now, what they're pushing with the transgenderism. This is something that pisses off a lot of people, right? The idea that you can't call a man and a woman a woman, okay? 99% of people who ever lived don't like this idea, okay? And it winds people up. But they could be using that provocation as a pretext. They could be trying to push, right? We even see it now with the situation with Trump. How much are they trying to push him to become, to cross lines that they've been trying to... Do you understand what I mean? And then use that reaction as a pretext to do something. That is, I mean, I don't know how much this is a consistent part of their plan, but it is something that I have come across, depending on who you read. That
it seems very.
Yeah. Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, yes, it's rather like knowing that if you drop a grain of sand into the oyster, that it's naturally going to begin to encapsulate that, and eventually you're going to end up with a pearl, which you can yank out and sell. And so it's kind of this seed form, and you can manipulate based on it. But you can also see it in the example I gave of the yin and yang. The seed form of the large black area is a tiny white dot. The seed form of the white area is a tiny black dot, and we constantly see this use of the dialectic as a tool to manipulate apparent opposites, and it's beautifully encapsulated in the example you gave, because what could be more fundamental than sexual dimorphism to our conception of duality? We say that in the West that the sun is masculine and the moon is feminine. Interestingly, there's an Iranian god, or a Persian god, Men Farmaku, who's a moon god that's male, but we'll leave that aside. Generally, you see the fundamental dualistic aspects are reflected symbolically in masculine and feminine. And what are we seeing in our society now but a further manipulation of these seeming opposites, saying that they're utterly convertible, that male can be female, female can be male, and you have the idea of a man trapped in a woman's body, which is, you've got a white dot within the black side of the yin-yang circle, or a woman trapped in a man's body, which is like a black dot on the white side. It's the same dialectical manipulations always and forever.
All
right. Charlemagne, you there? I think Semi got cut off his mic there, but any final thoughts on this before I move on to the next slide?
No, I think Semi covered everything there.
So let's move on, because now we have the basic plan of the Illuminati. And this
Trust
is
the plan.
It's over. You okay?
yeah, trust the plan.
Don't worry about it.
So
I've
the
had
basic
worse.
plan is to first
No
of all
good
to
fucking
control the
decades.
money supply of
Up till
any
now, we
given
almost
nation.
got used to that.
Second,
But
it
to
is to
pull a
create
knife on one of
conflict
their own?
either within the nation or between
At least
nations.
Shana can focus on
Then
the
it is to
topic.
finance both
No one
sides
in
of
the
the
family
conflict.
ever got as high
Then
up
it
as
is
her.
to ensure that both sides
Anyway,
get into massive
stop by
debt because
whenever
of the
you're around.
conflict.
I
And
throw
then
in a nice
finally,
discount for you.
you know,
Sure thing,
once
boss.
things are over, you
Thanks.
control both sides because they're both in debt to you. And you know, with the munitions business and so on, the you know, in order to make all of those weapons and things, somebody needs to get paid, and ultimately it's them. So, what do you think of this as the basic plan?
Yeah, well, this looks remarkably similar to practices the United States
Okay, I
follows,
really need to
and
see
I
it.
would say as well the United States and the former Soviet Union during the Cold War. I mean, the it's kind of a joke. Maybe it oughtn't be a joke, but you know, there are some funny, like Wikipedia articles you can see where the U.S. itself is funding both sides of a conflict. I mean, this is obviously this is something we know that happens, right? This plan is something that actually is implemented, and I guess the question is, what is its relation to the Illuminati or secret societies?
I mean, it reminds me a lot of the plots of the prequel Star Wars film.
You're right, it
You know,
does.
the Phantom Menace. It is basically Palpatine's plan, right? All the time, where it's like you're funding the Trade Federation and the Republic at the same, you know, playing them both off against each other as your own personal power grows. I mean, you mentioned the U.S. do this. The Iran-Iraq War is a pretty good example of where, you know, both sides were being not only funded, but the actual weapons to do the war were being sold to them. And in some, I mean, my dad has mentioned before that he remembers munitions shipments coming directly in from Israel. So Israel was selling Iran weapons to fight Iraq, while at the same time selling Iraq weapons to fight Iran.
Yeah, it occurs to me that the idea of controlled opposition that is, you know, so commonly bandied about is something that we should expand, because it's not the idea of controlled opposition in the sense that the opposition party is controlled by those who are on the other side. It's a more broad concept that tells you in and of itself what it is, which is that the fetishization of the dialectic as the primary tool for social manipulation amounts to controlled opposition in the broader sense, which is that both sides, seemingly in opposition, are controlled.
Yeah, and this does rear the, because I've talked to certain people about this who maintain that even Donald Trump would come under this, that he is simply one side of a conflict that is being created. What would you say to that, or is that too difficult to get into right now?
Our God Emperor, I will not.
I mean, you see, one of my issues with this, and this is the question I asked to the person who gave me that claim, is that when it's at that level of remove, right, i.e., whether Trump wins, whether the Democrats win, whether China wins, whether the USA wins, these guys still get paid. Well, if that's the level it's functioning on, for all intents and purposes, it might as well not exist. Like, how would you answer that? How would you counter my claim that it's like, well, for all intents and purposes, all of the people involved in this conflict believe the conflict exists. So what does it matter if these people get paid no matter what? It's like they're a kind of neutral. It's like they're kind of it's almost like they're the house. Well, it's like, well, okay, but life still needs to go on. So can't we just ignore them? What's your thought?
I mean, my thoughts on that level of controlled opposition is you're basically at the point of saying the whole world is controlled opposition, and if that's the case, you either act as if it's not the case, which is kind of what you're getting at there, because things still have to happen, right, regardless of whether or not it's controlled. But I feel like that's just a path to just crippling yourself into inaction by assuming conspiracy at a level that you can't do beyond a theoretical basis. I don't really like. I kind of I don't like ideas that lead very directly to just the impossibility of any useful action. So I tend to just temperamentally shy away from this idea.
Yeah, and as I'll get onto in a second, it does strike me that the Illuminati, if you want to call them that, do take L's once in a while, as we'll get onto. Like there are a few losses in there, as well as wins. It's not just a straight, like the plan sometimes fails, or things happen that they don't foresee, and they're out of power for a while, or they get screwed up for a while, and then they find ways around it. But I'll explain that in a second. But Semiagog, any thoughts on that idea that when you get to the point where they're controlling all sides of a conflict and they win no matter what, like does it matter?
I agree with Charlemagne that there's very much sort of a black pill, hidden in the dog food, and it's horribly poisonous and demoralizing, and a weapon in and of itself, because it's fundamentally the idea that progress is, and that progress is ineluctable, and it is history itself, because remember, dialectical materialism is all about being a historical model, deriving from Hegel's ideas, insofar as I'm familiar with them and understand them. But my point here is that what you're talking about is really the idea that progress cannot be stopped, and that it will march forward through this transmutation of momentarily conflicting apparent opposites. And it's interesting to me as soon as I start thinking about that, because then I think about Chinese communism, which is a Marxism and the rest with Chinese characteristics, and then I look at the Tao, which I have some familiarity with, and one translation of it goes, standing atop the mountain steep, how low the valley seems, and yet because it lies so low it gathers all the streams. The water must flow downhill from the mountaintop to the valleys. Now, it's rather different than we think of progress, in the sense that it must be upward, to always better things. But the inevitability of that process is inherent in Taoism, which is the oldest Chinese religion. And of course, Taoism is what gives us the symbol of yin and yang in the first place. So the idea is that the progress in the process, there's nothing we can do about it. We're trapped within a historicity that is dominated by this constant transmutation of these opposites, and that there's nothing that can be done. And I think there is, from that perspective, looking at Taoism or other ideas, something of this line of thought that is rather alien to us. I mean, I guess you could say that with Ragnarok, the battle's going to be fought, but it's always lost and leads to a rebirth. And so there's a cycle and a transmutation. Maybe it's inherent in the West, but to me, it seems to be missing human agency. It misses heroes. It misses demigods. It misses great men who shape the world, based on their vision rather than some ineluctable dialectical process. So I think it's a black.
Yeah.
We can get onto this, because here are some examples of the plan in history, and I'll explain some of the ways in which their plan was set back by various great men, if you want to put it that way. Okay, so first you have the French Revolution, but then the French Revolution went wrong, i.e. the mob wouldn't stop killing people in the Great Reign of Terror, right? To the point where even the leaders of the French Revolution were getting guillotined. Yes, that happened. I'm not making this up.
Yes.
And then Napoleon rose, and Napoleon was not their guy, as I'm led to believe. He wasn't their guy. However, they managed to get Napoleon back under control by the fact that they funded the British in the Napoleonic Wars. So the Napoleonic Wars were the first set of wars where they were financing both powers at the same time. And Napoleon, because he was just hell-bent on doing whatever he could to win this war, got France into massive debt, and that was how they were able to control France and Napoleon again, was through that. But for a moment there, they lost control of their plan because the French Revolution did not go to plan, and Napoleon was not, like, because he was a great man, they couldn't control his will, but they could control his money supply. So,
But didn't he? I'm not an expert, but didn't Napoleon bring a great deal of reform and enlightenment ideas to places like Germany? I mean, didn't he have an enormous impact on Europe in terms of progress?
yeah, well he did, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's certainly in what I've consulted, there seemed to be a moment where they lost control of Napoleon.
Yeah, and I don't think he's controlled opposition. I'm just, if I want to put on the black hat and speak like a commie, it was ineluctable. He brought progress. Even he did, because he's trapped within the historicity of the dialectic and its permutations, like all of us.
Now there was something else as well, which was, depending on who you read, certain members of the founding fathers were already posed, essentially. Some more than others. I seem to remember Jefferson may be the one, but also Benjamin Franklin seemed to have involvement with the Illuminati in some way. And this is one of my issues, in a way, with these sorts of conspiracies. There seems to be a need on some of these people to tie everyone and everything in, right? To
Universal.
Jesus.
Yeah, they want to tie everything back to this, to explain all things through it. So the thing I was watching, I thought it was least convincing when it was trying to tie the founding fathers in. That seemed like really spurious to me.
Job
But,
just came in.
what do you guys
You're
think?
gonna break into the Sci-Tech factory.
Well, the book we read, it notes the connections to Masonry. The founders, stemming back to the Masonic orders in Europe. But it also notes that the Masonry that existed in Britain and also in America is different than on the continent, and that although these many of the founders were technically Masons, they weren't Christians. They were deists. That doesn't necessarily mean they were tied back to any specific, group giving them orders per se. They may have been ideologically aligned with revolutionary aspects of Masons within Europe and other groups as well. I think that viewing it as some sort of massive worldwide controlled conspiracy, especially as far back as the American Revolution, I don't think it's possible to coordinate on that level. I think we get more into the sort of spontaneous ideological coordination that occurs that makes it look like there's a conspiracy, when the fact is people just have really similar ideologies, right? So,
But the story I read was, regardless of their involvement with the American project, they liked the idea of it because, unlike the French Revolution, the American one worked. So that eyes turned to America to try to get control of that, regardless of whether the founding fathers were part of them or not. Okay, but then you got another great man who caused issues, which was Andrew Jackson, who wanted to, shut the central bank and gain control of the American money supply. I tweeted out something earlier on today because it was mentioned that he's the only US president ever to balance the books. And I did ask for a fact check, and people said basically that's true. There are other people who came close, but pretty much Jackson is the only guy who ran a surplus for a number of years. And according to this version of history, this kind of conspiratorial Illuminati version of history, they didn't like Jackson doing that. So that is why the US Civil War was provoked. That, ostensibly the reason given by history books is slavery, but actually the reason was the money supply. Yes. what are you guys? And then they said they got the British, because remember they were controlling both the British and the French. They got the British to support the north, and they got the French to support the south. And that is really what they were trying to do. They were trying to get back control of America. Then when Abraham Lincoln comes in, he also, for whatever reason, is not under their control, and again tries to scupper plans with the money supply, and that's why he ends up getting shot. This is the version of history I've been given by these guys. Any thoughts on this?
I mean, as far as the Civil War goes, the idea of the British being aligned with the North and the French with the South and helping the South. I mean, I don't really think that. How do I put this? I mean, the Union controlled the seas pretty early on, right? I mean, the Confederates deployed, ironclads against the Union, but I mean, the Union ended up blockading like Mobile Bay and everything like that, right? And I mean, they took over the port of New Orleans as well. And I mean, to what extent was the French really helping the South in that capacity? I mean, it's not like we had the French Navy out there in full force, fighting against the Union, and it's not like we had the British Navy in force fighting against the Confederates either. So I'm not really sure about the linking of the French and British to each side there in a capacity that I really see as extremely significant.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think the British certainly were very much behind, or were definitely playing games attempting to destabilize the United States. The textile production in Britain was an enormous source of wealth. They had the mills and the rest, and to some extent, for example, cotton production facilities had been set up in the North. Of course, cotton was just produced in bulk in the South, and they had not yet industrialized. I think that Britain was probably trying to do two things. One was to take U.S. cotton production offline for a time. Another one was to foment division and to split the country, because remember, it was just 50 years earlier or so, give or take, that they had burned the White House, perfidious Albion, the usual damn United Kingdom, but they certainly did play games, because at the beginning, the Brits were in fact keeping the Confederacy afloat by buying cotton from them. And then along comes this thing. There's a declaration of the working people of Manchester, and the Brits, if I'm remembering correctly, someone can come in and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Brits passed some laws about being against governments that supported slavery, and I think it was during the war. Or they certainly the Declaration of the Working People of Manchester and these other things that were quote unquote grassroots that said we're not going to deal with it, we're not going to allow this kind of slavery thing anymore or accept it in any way, and we'll no longer allow ourselves to do business with governments that do it. They sort of came in the middle when the Confederacy was reliant upon them to a large degree, and then they cut off. They cut it off in the middle and left the Confederacy sitting there more screwed than they were initially. So they did seem to be playing different sides, but from what I know, in the beginning, they were buying cotton from the South and thereby supporting it.
Yeah, on the note on cotton, the Confederacy restricted its own cotton trade, so they refused to trade cotton in an effort to persuade the British to come in on their side to resume the flow of cotton to Britain, right? But that had the opposite effect. Britain simply used its empire to make up for the supply when the Confederacy cut it off, and all it ended up doing is just losing the Confederacy money. So it's not even like an outside force made that serious blunder in Confederate foreign policy either. So I'm not really buying this Civil War or Illuminati concept.
What about this idea that they were the ones who had Lincoln killed so they could set up the Fed?
I mean,
that's the other part of the plan. Needed Lincoln out of the way.
The thing is, when you try to say this specific event happened because these specific people wanted it to do this specific thing, you start getting into grounds where I can't say anything positive one way or the other. on that. I mean,
Yeah, is the hypothesis falsifiable? And it seems like no.
yeah, that's a better way of putting it. I mean, I don't know how to respond to that. I mean, it's possible. It's also not necessary, and there's nothing. Yeah, we can't. The important thing here is I think the trends we see, and less trying to link specific events to these groups. I think that's actually the mistake a lot of what you would call conspiracy theorists get into, where they get too obsessed with trying to map some specific set of events to some specific group and motive. And you don't actually need to do that, at least not in every case, to actually make your case for these secret societies affecting things.
So, I mean, for whatever reason, they love the idea, these people, of having Jackson, Lincoln, and JFK as the three presidents who stood against these guys, and I don't know why. I do know why. They say it because they secretly were against the Fed, and to that, I think we could probably add a fourth president at this point. I mean, Trump doesn't really seem to be on their side as well.
I would agree.
Okay, so the fourth example that they gave is the Opium Wars. Basically, the idea here was that the Chinese emperors wanted to be paid in gold and silver. They didn't like that, so they got them hooked on opium and got them into debt that way. And ever since, the Chinese have been like an asset of the Illuminati, apparently, to this day. So that's another claim. I mean, again, I don't know the ins and outs of these things, but I'm sure somebody who see. I think this is where a lot of these things break down. Is like when they're applied in this way, and I think like people who are a bit autistic about history then start to think, well, this is starting to sound a bit spurious, you know. Another thing is that during the 19th century, the Tsar, the Russian Tsar, wouldn't play ball, and therefore they vowed to destroy that dynasty, to wipe out the Russian royal family, and therefore funded the Bolsheviks and the Russian Revolution, as we discussed before, funded from Wall Street. Do you remember Trotsky had Wall Street backing? And this was really the Illuminati, apparently, who were always behind the Soviets, like from beginning to end.
Well, if you look at the history of Russia, Russia's always behind the rest of Europe in terms of progress, right? So it makes sense that it would be resistant to whatever the current Western European order, where these secret societies are primarily based. It would make sense that Russia wouldn't be up to speed with whatever they're trying to do at the moment. So it makes sense that they would view the Russian czars as their primary monarchical speed bump, I guess, that they needed to get over to achieve the end of monarchy. And as we know, there were clear connections between these secret societies and the socialists and communists and the revolution specifically. So there's that.
And there's also the fact that the Americans were involved. I mean, obviously you have the Germans. Basically, I think Lenin had been hanging out in Switzerland because everything about communist theory suggested that the revolution was going to take place in an advanced capitalist economy with manufacturing and a strong, industrial proletariat. And the Germans apparently picked, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall, they stuck Lenin on a train and sent him over there to foment trouble. And then once the revolution broke out, you see, it's a very strange thing, which is that the West, this is just a hypothesis of mine, I haven't seen it explicitly called out. Certainly someone must have called it out, but you see lots of American money coming in. You had American troops land, if I remember, in the Russian Far East to secure assets. And you had American, maybe British. I remember there was some sort of landing, I think, or supplying through Arkhangelsk. And then during the period of the Russian Civil War, certainly in the south with Denikin and then Wrangel, the Americans were supplying equipment and tanks and arms to the White Russians. And then at a certain point, they just stopped.
Yeah.
And so I think what happened is that once the stuff had occurred with Lenin and the revolution, and then that followed with civil war and famine and all the misery, the powers that be, maybe Brit, maybe American, maybe all of them working in various ways, worked to continue the destruction and the strife, the civil war, to a point, but wouldn't put enough of their resources in to have it be resolved for the whites to return to power. So there's at least the argument that could be made that once it broke out, they certainly tried to keep it going on for longer to sort of smash and destroy everything.
Yes, there were British and American expeditionary forces deployed in, I think, in both 1918 and 1919, fighting in the Russian Civil War as a sort of side conflict to World War One. And I would really say that Woodrow Wilson basically decided that the Reds would control Russia because it was entirely possible, especially with the problem of Germany taken care of, that Russia, the White Russians could have won that conflict. You can blame the British as well. I would hesitate to do so because I think they get a pass just in terms of having to participate in World War One for 4 years straight, whereas for the Americans that wasn't really the case. It was a year really, if that. And that conflict is very interesting because absolutely it is completely possible that an alliance of Western European powers and the United States could have utterly crushed the communists in the field and restored the Tsar if they wanted to.
I mean, let's just face it. Washington effectively decided that the Soviet Union would be a thing.
Yeah, I want to be clear that Woodrow Wilson, in particular, decided that the Soviet Union and the ensuing world order would be a thing. He basically, if there's one man in the entire world at the time who could have determined how history proceeded from that point, it was Woodrow Wilson, and he made the decision for the communists to win.
Yeah, and
making the world safe for democracy.
The same author who wrote this Secret Societies book that we've been reading, Charlemagne, has got an excellent book also on that.
Maybe I'll check it out. I really despise Woodrow Wilson. I consider him one of the most evil men who have ever lived.
But we covered a lot of this on another cigar stream that we did, Charlemagne, a few months back, where we talked about the we talked about exactly this, the Wall Street funding of the Bolsheviks, and this refusal on the part of Wilson to put down the. In fact, they did the opposite. They rushed to recognize Lenin's government. So it does seem like a setup to me, at least, that they were in on it. They were in on the fix. They were in on the Bolsheviks getting in. Anyway, World War One is also said to be a plan of theirs, and even more specifically, the circumstances of the Treaty of Versailles and Germany's defeat. This leads us back to the Weimar stream that we did, Charlemagne, whereby it was felt within Germany that they were stitched up, that they were undermined by people within the German government who gave in when they didn't need to. So a lot of Germans felt they didn't really lose World War One. They were just kind of betrayed by people in the elites.
I think the more interesting take on World War One, maybe it's just the result of my burning hatred for Woodrow Wilson, but World War One in particular is notable because one of the things you have to understand about that war from the American side is that America's involvement and non-involvement in the war was calculated by Wilson such that the European ancien regime destroyed itself, right? Completely. That's what Wilson wanted. Wilson wanted every side in the war to lose. He wanted all of the old order in Europe to lose equally on both sides. And basically, his decision to join in at the particular moment he did was to ensure that defeat of all sides occurred exactly as he desired it, and not to allow Germany to swing the war in one direction, particularly with the Russians out of it, right? So you really have to understand that about World War One, is that you can't really view the U.S. so much as an ally of the Allies. Wilson wanted all sides in the war to lose, and basically for America to win it solely, which it did, so that he could construct his New World Order, hence the League of Nations, which failed but ultimately evolved into the United Nations in the Second World War, or after that war, which we still have today.
And
Got to be the worst president, Wilson.
Wilson is the worst. I would say he's the worst president in American history, even worse than Abe Lincoln. I I really despise Woodrow Wilson, if you can't tell.
Yeah, as do I. There are two, and I like the fact that you included Lincoln in the list of bad ones, fellow Southerner. But the two things to point out. One is that just to bring things neatly back around, Crowley appears to have been directly involved in the whole business with the Lusitania. Apparently, it was known that attack was going to take place, and much like Pearl Harbor, it was allowed to go through so that public sentiment in the United States was shifted, and so that the U.S. would go into the war. So we have a sort of interesting coming full circle with the idea of secret societies and secret services, spies and sorcerers, if you will. The other thing is that obviously, everybody knows this. World War I was sort of like the first battle, and World War II was kind of like the second battle. And to Charlemagne's point about completely shattering and remaking Europe and things further afield, certainly. I mean, China, Japan, and many other places. We see, I think, what is the most important indicator, which is that you have Britain ruling the seas and being the guarantor of sort of the world order of its day, arguably from the time of the Battle of the Spanish Armada, when they smashed the Spanish. So 1588 all the way up until that period running from World War I to World War II. And to the point about Wilson, we saw it carried forward with FDR supporting commies. Absolutely, clearly, obviously. Now, historically, it's well known. Looks like Harry Hopkins was into all kinds of crooked shit. We were supplying military equipment and the rest to Stalin, to the detriment of some of our own troops that needed it. We leaked all kinds of stuff about heavy water and nuclear technology to them. So we appeared to have set them up. We certainly took part in the remaking of Europe after World War II. And look what happened with the Lend-Lease program. We smashed Britain as well. And we took over the role of theirs. And that's why now you have sort of twin capitals between New York and London. So there's, to a certain degree, these things seem to be connected. And look at how we took over the bases like Diego Garcia, or all the far-flung naval bases that the British Navy once controlled. They simply passed into the hands of the U.S. We started making more ships, and the United States took over that role.
Yeah, and I mean, according to this, plan of history, you can see that it was, London was the kind of the vehicle of the Illuminati, if you want, according to this version of history, from, let's say, the Napoleonic Wars to about World War II, and then America kind of takes over and uses the world wars to take over. And I believe, if you listen to these same people now, the plan is for America to be done as a power and for maybe China to be the new vessel. Something like this.
This seems to happen every few hundred years, where the center of power shifts to the most progressive society, you might say, in terms of how they view progress. And I think you could make the case pretty easily, I think, that China is more along the progressive universalist track than the United States is in basically every way. And it makes sense that they would want to move the hegemony over this force to that country rather than the U.S., which is starting to resist.
Yeah, the Christ impulse in Linwood was too strong to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, just as the European countries resisted to the very end the destruction of the monarchies and even their identity as nation states, right? So whereas China is basically already conquered, right?
Yes, and then I think we've been over the Cold War and the war on terror. It's pretty obvious once we get to that point, because it's pretty recent history that everybody's been over. So yeah, that is it. And I do have a bit more. I call this minions of the Illuminati, but these are the kind of subgroups that they function through. So there's the Bohemian Grove, the Order of the Skull and Bones that we talked about, the Bilderberg Group, which is a European faction, just communism in general, something called Theosophy, which the book talks about as well. I don't know if you know anything about that, Semigog, Theosophy?
Just a bit. It's a very much a universalist and syncretic movement, and what's her name? God, it's that Russian. H.P. Blavatsky, and I think Annie Besant and some of these other people. Yeah, it is a movement that appears in the early part, as I recall, late 1800s, early 1900s, and it's tied in many ways, or the figures of it are tied in many ways to people like Crowley and the Golden Dawn and the rest, in terms of Indian knowledge, secret wisdom of the Hindus, Tantra, esoteric Buddhism. The most noteworthy thing about it, because I don't know enough about its origins and its figures to offer any other thoughts, but for me, the important thing to understand is that it's the idea of syncretism and universalism, which is, we see consistently with this idea of uniting all under heaven.
We lost you again, Semigo.
We should note there as well that these various orders, minions, secret societies, their goals are materialist, right? They are materialists. They're not atheists necessarily. China is the ultimate materialist society at the moment, right? Which is basically why I say it's progressed further down the track there, aiming to have everyone on, than the United States has, because they're interested in the material world, knowledge of the material world. They want the entire world oriented that way, as opposed to towards any genuine spirituality or capital T tradition.
Yeah, and I do feel like America is experiencing something of a spiritual rebirth as we speak, which is probably alarming to the Illuminati if they exist. Then we have Luciferianism, which we've touched on, New Ageism. Now, I'm not exactly sure why I listed that, but I think it's mentioned in the book as well. There's a section on New Ageism. Semigog, why would New Ageism be listed under the minions of the Illuminati?
My guess would be, maybe Charlemagne can add something, but you saw, for example, as the Roman Republic began to fall apart, you saw the proliferation of foreign cults, right? So you had a temple of Isis in Rome. You had the Mithraic sodalities and brotherhoods began to be quite popular. There's an argument made that Mithraism could have become the new religion if Christ had not appeared where and when he did and in the way he did. So basically the traditional Roman religion, though you can talk about Diana being like Artemis, or Zeus being like, or Jupiter being like Zeus and the rest, on the one hand, you had sort of the Greek religions that were all over the joint, and there was that Hellenic world syncretism where, you connect all these deities as being slightly different regionally, but all sort of being having it as their background the same sort of archetype. But the Roman religion was rather odd, and it's sort of its own thing. Even though it did have Jupiter and the Temple of Jupiter, they had their weird local gods, things like Quirinus and Bona Dea, and more importantly, the Roman gods were specifically of the household. You had the Lares and the Penates, and these sort of household deities, and so Rome arguably was partially split up and shattered as a great republic by the introduction of all this syncretism and all these foreign cults. And it could be argued, and I would guess that this person, though I didn't read the book, is arguing something like this, that New Ageism was a way to remove identity and to get, I mean, I grew up in a lot of that period. You know, people were talking about, you know, the shift from the age of Aquarius to the age of Pisces, or whatever it is, however that goes, in Pisces to Aquarius. Yeah. And you have people going away to study Buddhism in Mount Shasta, California, and you have people who are into Wicca and all these other things, and it seems that it shattered us.
I tell you what I remember, Semyagog. Hideous, and I mean hideous. Early 90s kind of baggy t-shirts which had like a wolf on it, you know, like a kind of new age kind of Native American wolf, for example. And this, you know, this would stand in for spirituality in that like bankrupt time, you know, early 90s.
Or Rumi, or like I said, Buddhism, or Wicca,
crystal, right? Those crystals.
Absolutely, crystals or spirit catchers on the walls. And the one thing that they all have in common is a disregard of our traditional sort of spiritual alignments, whether that be the Catholic Church or Baptists, you know, Christianity in general. It shattered the sort of traditional religion of the place, and it got people studying anything other than their own culture and dismissing their own culture as an authentic source of important, useful, powerful wisdom, and instead going on these, you know, wild goose chases across the world to become a fake anything else instead of being a real Western.
But even Evola, who does study the East and, you know, Buddhism and so on, he's very against New Ageism as well for its shallowness. He attacks it as being a fake spirituality.
Yeah,
I seem to remember at one point. So it's a kind of tourist approach to spirituality. You know, I'll take these beads because they look cool, and I'll meditate because, you know, it sounds good. But
or worship Saturn.
Yeah, it's all very
moon.
Yeah, it's all very
worship Saturn, right? It's very much dilettante, right?
Yeah, it's very cringe. I mean, you guys better cut it out because we'll blow up Saturn if you don't stop it. So
I mean, we mentioned David Icke last week. He is very into seeing Saturn everywhere and is against Saturn.
Yeah, well, give it a couple hundred years. We'll blow up Saturn if you guys don't stop with that cringe Saturn worship. We'll blow it up with the moon, catapult the moon into Saturn. How do you like that?
All right. So, well, I think we covered a lot of ground there. Hopefully, that was interesting to people. We've been 2.5 hours on this, folks. I mean, it's a big topic. I don't know where I stand on any of this. Maybe we can talk briefly about where we are. I mean, I'm naturally a skeptical fellow by nature, you know, someone of little faith, as it were. But there are elements of this story that, as time goes on, strike me as being more believable. Certainly at the current moment, there seems to be a transnational force that seems to push something that very few people want. Do you know what I mean? Like the stuff that the elites are up to at the moment, like who asked for this? You know, I mean, as we're recording, you'll find out, you know, this will be 2 days before, you know, this will have happened 2 days ago when you're listening to this. But Trump has just struck down the relief package, the COVID relief package that the US Congress had agreed on. and
Did someone
rightfully
from
so,
your family
because the
send you here?
package was an absolute disgrace, giving money to basically anyone who wasn't
You're by
American.
pure chance.
What American
No
wanted
one
it?
sent
Like
you.
that was one of the few
Why?
moments where I saw like the
It's
left
the
and the
kind of
right
place I'm
united
supposed to be.
across the nation.
Pearl and
Because
Cass are here to close the deal with the
do you know
scavengers.
anyone
Be
who
purloined
would have
inside
agreed to
the
that package apart from the
And?
elites? So
And it's taken a
we're
mere
at a point at the moment where it
Something isn't
feels
right.
like there is a cabal, like, and they're they're outing themselves, and
I'll
they
go and
spent
take a look.
the
Make
best
sure
part of the
everything's
last
okay.
year outing themselves.
Wait. It's just.
So I'm much more
Well, they
likely
could get real
to
sore about.
say, well,
Just
there must be
keep a lookout.
maybe there's something to this. Whereas probably even a year ago, even 6 months ago, I would have looked at you like you were, you had two heads or something. But I feel like this is one of the areas where Alex Jones has been proven most correct. What do you think, Charlemagne?
I would say my closing thoughts on this is that there are secret and semi-secret societies that we know of right now that this cabal is part of, such as the World Economic Forum, and you could pick a bunch of other organizations if you want as well. I mean, we know they exist. We know they have specific plans, both said and unsaid, that are very much against our interest, and we take this very seriously, right? We take seriously the fact that there are cabals of people working against the interest of Western civilization. And from reading this book, I noted that in the past there were also people who, you'd probably say were, let's just say right wing, even though that it doesn't make much sense to translate that to the past, but let's just say right wing. There were people who opposed and were concerned about the same type of societies back then. And, people paid in blood for dealing with and having membership or even alleged membership in these societies. And, perhaps we should take seriously our ancestors taking seriously the problems with these secret groups that they saw, just as we see those same types of problems. As the book points out, ever since World War II in particular, you have this this phenomenon where you're not even allowed to bring up these concepts, even though it's a concept that people have taken very very seriously throughout history. And maybe there's something to that. We should when we see that there's concern at the highest level of societies regarding these secret societies, and people were executed for alleged membership. That's, I think, something to at least consider and not simply toss out because you've been trained to do so, right? As much as Illuminati sounds crazy, people took it seriously.
I mean, I think skepticism reached a point where the idea of coordinated, deliberate action in itself is questioned as being automatically conspiracy theory. But I mean, if we're just serious about this for a second, okay, who knows about the actual quote unquote Illuminati? We do know about the World Economic Forum. We do know about Klaus Schwab, right? We do know that at least two presidents, and the actual president, George W. Bush, and his opponent, John Kerry, belonged to the same, they went to the same university and belonged to the same, secret organization within that university. This was well known. His father, George H.W. Bush, was the first president to use the phrase New World Order. This phrase, NWO, doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from the fact that presidents keep on saying it, right? They kept on talking about a New World Order. So it's like these things aren't made up, is what I'm saying. There's obviously something to them because they're there. There's another group as well that I came across. It's a group that is almost never given any how can I say press scrutiny, yet it seems to control and has controlled American foreign policy for a very long time. I'm trying to remember the name of that group now. What's it called? The FRC, is it?
Are you talking about the Council on Foreign Relations?
Yeah, the Council on Foreign Relations. Now, if you have a look at that, that's basically controlled American foreign policy for decades at this point. never really given any. I mean, if anything, they are the ones who tell the press what to think. They are the ones who tell the government what to think. And yet they never get any accountability. They never got anybody looking at them. These things are real, right? And when you get an outsider like a Trump who comes into power, it exposes the extent to which they're used to having control, and their nose is put out of joint when they're not in those positions of control. And Trump only, what's her name, Madeleine Albright? He only kicked her out like a week ago or something, 2 weeks ago. So she was even sitting on him.
And Kissinger too, right?
And Kissinger, who's been there literally since Nixon. So, these things are real. They're not made up. That's a real organization. It's got an office and it meets up, and everybody knows this. And yet they just accept it. Nobody asks any questions about it, because we don't have a media that asks questions anymore. We just have a media that takes orders. So, I mean, can you imagine someone giving the speech that I started this with now, like the JFK speech? Trump would give it, but Trump is hated, right? Would the media cover it? Would the media ask questions? Would the media even ask questions like they were asking in 2004 of Bush and Kerry? I feel like they wouldn't now.
Right. Will the media mediate? And no, they won't. It's like the circuit is closed. The information cannot be transferred. To me, the big thing that stands out as an overarching theme is that we're talking about, the hidden hand. And as a placeholder, we have this idea of the Illuminati. And it's the people who know, those who have obtained the knowledge. They are in the know. Quite literally, they've been initiated. They are initiates. They have knowledge that we do not have access to, so it is said. And they have, through that knowledge, they have obtained power that is beyond, mortal ken. And so we have this idea of those who have secret knowledge and secret power who are operating outside of our sight. And that's the part that's really interesting to me, because occult means hidden, covered over, concealed. And so we talk about occult societies. At the same time, among the general public, people who you would scarcely ever hear talking about things like the occult or secret societies, they do constantly rally around this word transparency, and the idea that they want transparency, and they don't get it because everything is occulted. Everything is in shadow. And I think that is the seed form of the massive reaction that is just now breaking. I mean, look to the symbol of the Fabian Society, famously a wolf in sheep's clothing. That is the false flag. That is the stalking horse. That not only do we not know what's going on, not only do they have secret power and the rest, but they pretend to be something other than what they are in order to achieve their ends. And a reaction is coming across the West, the European diaspora, the United States, Europe, New Zealand, Australia. New Zealand will be last. But it seems that the public in general has finally come to this point where, and they've been helped to get there by those who are currently resisting this, foremost among them, I believe, Trump and those who back him. They've come to the point where they demand transparency. They demand to see what's going on. They're to use the old American expression, they're tired of having people piss down their back and tell them it's raining. And I think that is the sort of summary here, that the occult only matters insofar as it conceals and hides. It's not about magic. It's about people moving behind the scenes in the darkness to accomplish their will, and flat out lying to us about who they are and what their aims are.
Now, because this is Christmas, I actually want to end on a white pill. And everybody, as we've been talking, is talking about this speech that Trump just gave. So shall we watch it together, lads?
Sure, I haven't seen it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
because we've been doing this stream, we've missed this. So let's finish on a nice white pill, because I've done 3 of these pre-records. Unpopular Opinions dropped today, and people are calling it the most low energy, depressing stream ever to air. People have already been saying it's so depressing that I should end unpopular opinions, right? Now, the deepest law stream that is going to drop on Christmas Eve is even more depressing because we spent it watching footage of old London, and then we watched we literally watched London from the Victorian era, footage of it through the 20s and the 30s, all the way through to the 80s, and it's like just watching this great civilization degenerate over time. So it's like a really black-pilling stream. So I want to try to do something uplifting now, and I'm hoping that this speech by Trump is going to do it for us. So let's have a watch.
Yeah,
of it
one very quick question, if I may. I was going to ask you why you chose this topic to drop for Christmas. Was there is everyone sitting around, warm in the belly from drinking eggnog with some liquor in it, and they're, kids just looking outside the window at the snow and the snowman and wreaths and everything, and you wanted to go for secret societies? Help us understand.
Only because it was good. It was the next topic that me and Charlemagne had talked about doing, and it just so happens that it's Christmas, so we're pre-recording it. It's not like there was no grand plan by me, but
I like it. I like it.
It ended up being a decent stream, I think. So let's have a little look then. Hopefully you can see this. 8 million people have watched it already. Are you ready, folks?
How's it going?
Let's hear from the God
Close the
Emperor.
deal yet?
What are you
Throughout the
doing?
summer, Democrats
this?
cruelly blocked
Thought I'd
COVID
drop
relief
by,
legislation
Make sure everyone's
in an
playing
effort
fair.
to advance their extreme left-wing agenda and influence the election. Then, a few months
They
ago,
call me V.
Congress started
don't
negotiations
ask
on
me
a
to
new
fuck
package to get
What are you
urgently
trying to
needed
pull?
help
Huh?
to the
This some
American
kind of scare
people.
tactic?
It's taken
Simmer
forever.
down now. He's with us.
However, the bill they are now planning to send back to my desk is much different than
That's how
anticipated.
many you're supposed to be.
It really is a
Even
disgrace.
money was also
For
supposed to
example,
be
among
here.
the more than 5,000
I can't
pages in
see
this
any.
bill,
How about
which
we get
nobody
this
in
over with,
Congress
Roman?
has read because of
We're
its
late.
length and
Our bad,
complexity.
granted.
It's
We'll
called the
scratch off
COVID
10%.
relief bill, but it has
20.
almost nothing to do with COVID.
15.
This bill contains
Fine, let's go with the
$85.5
fucking
million
deal.
for assistance
I'll give the same
to
for the edges.
Cambodia,
You must be outside your
$134
mind,
million
Lee.
to
Why'd you
Burma,
come here?
$1.3 billion for Egypt and the Egyptian military,
Bumped into your
which
man
will go
outside.
out and buy
Said it was
almost
taking too long, so I
exclusively
figured I'd take a
Russian
look.
military
Save
equipment.
as you're patronizing. me.
$25 million
Knew the
for
risk,
democracy and gender
We
programs
really
in
need this money.
Pakistan.
Like, badly.
$505
Push up
million
now.
to Belize,
Conversate
Costa
all you want
Rica,
later.
El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama. $40 million for the Kennedy
Funny.
Center in Washington, D.C.,
Didn't like your ugly skin
which
plate
is
from the
not
get-go.
even
Now I
open
know
for
why.
business. $1 billion
You're the one who flushed
for
us
the
out at once.
Smithsonian,
Sandra
and an
Dosset.
additional $154 million
We're done here.
for the National Gallery of Art.
If I were you,
Likewise, these
I'd think
facilities
real hard
are
about your
essentially
next move.
not open.
'Cause you're
$7
right.
million
I
for
was the one who
reef
took out your
fish
tunes in
management.
Watson.
$25
Shot 'em
million
all like
to
fish in a barrel.
combat Asian
Why do you
carp.
think this will play out any different?
$2.5 million to count the number
got
of
us surrounded.
amberjack fish
Take a look at me.
in the Gulf of
A
Mexico.
real good one.
A provision to
See my
promote the
implants?
breeding of
I could
fish.
slice you into ribbons before
federal
you could squeeze a
hatcheries.
trigger.
$3 million
I
in
know it.
poultry production
You know.
technology. $2 million to research the impact of downstream.
Give him the edges.
$566 million
What,
for
are you fucking
construction
deaf?
projects
I said,
at the FBI.
give him the edges.
The bill also allows
isn't over
stimulus
yet,
checks for the family members of illegal
seen some
aliens,
things in my
allowing them to get up to
Hearing you back there
$1,800
sent chills
each.
down my spine.
This is far more
Literally.
than
Thanks,
the
Vic.
Americans are given.
Hell,
Despite all
Sure
of
was
this
something.
wasteful spending
You
and
whooped
much
their
more,
asses
the
real good.
$900 billion package provides hardworking taxpayers with only $600
I don't
each
abandon
in
friends
relief
in
payments.
need.
And not enough
Neither
money
do
is
we.
given to small businesses,
Remember that when the time
and in
comes.
particular
Thanks for
restaurants,
everything, V.
whose owners
So long.
have suffered so grievously. They were only given a deduction for others to use in business their restaurant for 2 years. This 2-year period must be withdrawn, which will allow the owners to obtain financing and get their restaurants back in condition. Congress can terminate it at a much later date, but 2 years is not acceptable. It's not enough. Congress found plenty of money for foreign countries, lobbyists, and special interests while sending the bare minimum to the American people who need it. It wasn't their fault. It was China's fault, not their fault. I am asking Congress to amend this bill and increase the ridiculously low $600 to $2,000 or $4,000 for a couple. I'm also asking Congress to immediately get rid of the wasteful and unnecessary items from this legislation and to send me a suitable bill, or else the next administration will have to deliver a COVID relief package. And maybe that administration will be me. We will get it done. Thank you very much.
What do you reckon?
That was an incredible speech. I can't believe it. I don't think I've ever seen in Congress has probably never experienced just being called out on that level, where he just item by item names all of the nonsense spending in this stupid bill. I loved it.
It's hard not to love that man. I get it that in many respects he's like sort of the god emperor equivalent of a drag queen, in terms of being garish and over the top and everything else. But I think I love Donald Trump. I've never ever seen in my entire life anyone just stand up and say it. We can never go back. I will miss him when he is gone. This man is brilliant. I love him.
He'll never be gone. He will live in the spirit of Americans forever.
Absolutely, and he will sleep
Sword of
beneath the
Christ, and
mound.
he will smite the corrupt Congress from the corrupt swamp that it dwells in. Smite all
He will
Congress,
sleep. He will sleep
destroy them
beneath the
forever.
mound.
We're gonna make
Chill,
America
please,
great
you
again. I can't wait. I
Quiet.
can't wait for January
Calm.
6th. Oh man.
Absolutely, man.
It's
We
so
will be
exciting.
victorious.
Anyone tries
Wait,
to harass our guests, they keep them out
Before we
good.
go,
Oh,
what are
shit.
Congress
You ain't
doing?
with the
Like, do
cops,
they
are ya?
want a are they trying to provoke America
Good.
into
I ain't supposed to
guillotines and revolution? Because what the hell is that package that they put together? It's an absolute disgrace. Trump is right. I mean, what were they thinking? Putting that before the president?
Okay.
What were they even
Well,
thinking?
he's
I don't
here.
even understand. Like, are they that are they that
just voting
mad
for
at this
my
point
true
that they
BFF. She's
don't see that? Like, we see you. Everybody sees you
Anything
at this
available
point. What are you doing? I don't get it.
One sec.
Maybe they're still in a bubble. I don't know. I think they're just mad, or they're high on their own
Got one on the
supply,
ground
or
floor.
there's
Is
some
that okay?
sort of strange psychological breakdown as it all splinters.
Take it.
You know, things fall apart. The center cannot hold. You know, that business of turning and turning in the widening gyre. I don't know, Charlemagne. How would you explain this?
Do you drop in
I-
liable for damages to personal
I actually
effects
can't
and
even
guest
explain.
well-being?
I mean, we know that the Senate is
Like I
controlled
never left home.
minorly by the Republicans, right? And I mean, they passed this as well. I mean, there's some rhinos in there, but I don't know. I actually, I'm astounded that they're actually delivering this to him, expecting him to sign it. I mean, they must know that he can just veto it, and there's no way they're going to be able to get the bill passed before his term is up, right? I mean, so
Do you know what? I
Yeah,
love
and
as well?
even if he were on the way out, then it would be, they have to understand that it'd be more likely that he wouldn't sign it because he could make a grand gesture at the end. It's just crazy. And did you notice Josh Hawley, who's trying to be the up and coming guy who's really with the president? He signed this crap.
yes,
Sorry-
these
sorry,
people are
Eddie.
so evil. It is unbelievable. And they are going to get what is coming to them. They are rousing the American people, and Trump is going to focus their will directly into the dark heart of Washington, D.C. and wipe out the corruption forever. That is what's going to happen. I believe it.
Do you know this is also exposed, right? The AOC, right? The AOC is not hero for the left. Like, she is meant to be a hero unit for the proper left. She came out and she said, how is anybody meant to read this? But then she signed it. What do you sign it for then? What's the point of making the virtue signal about saying it's too long to sign and then signing it? Right? I just don't, like, AOC has been a disgrace. She really has been. You know, if I was a leftist, I'd be absolutely disgusted with them. While we're still here, have any of you guys seen that leaked Biden call?
No. Is that from the last few days, or?
Yeah, no, this is from the last.
No, I haven't either. What?
This is while we've been streaming.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, a lot of things have happened in the past. Like, okay, so Let me find this. Can you hear this?
This country is doomed.
You got sound?
Yes, we can hear it.
Yeah. Okay. This is Joe Biden.
This country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do. This country is doomed.
That's like Jared Taylor tier rhetoric. Is this? Are you sure? Are you sure that's not a deep fake? I mean, I can't even understand how this could happen. Like even now, on December 22nd, 2020, when we're watching this, I can't even conceive how that was said by this man. I don't. What the hell?
What's the provenance for it? Does anybody know? Who leaked it? Like, do we know that it's real? Because like Charlemagne, I'm like, that's. I mean, I believe it. I absolutely believe he could do that because he's mad. I used to think he was just pretending to be, mentally on his last legs in order, as Giuliani put it, in order to avoid, RICO prosecution. But he does appear to be, the bread's in the oven, but it's not quite done. But where'd it come from?
I'm gonna fact check this live now, right?
Let's fact check it live.
Yeah, because people are saying that they've got the entire call, so it's not like, i.e., is it a deep fake? They say it starts around 1:14.
This is mind-blowing.
Oh my God. Right, so let's just start there. Okay.
But I always take responsibility. When I get it wrong, I acknowledge I got it wrong. But my overarching objective, if we cannot make significant progress on racial equity, this country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European.
Mean to tell me
you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics,
like a police dog,
who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do, in terms of raw numbers. We're going to have to be working with a whole group of people that, in fact, are the single most diverse democracy in American history and anywhere in the world. And we got to figure out how to unify this country.
Suffocated, looks like.
And you've been the leaders of being able to do that. Not a joke.
A peaceful death.
And so there's some things that I'm going to be able to do by executive order. I'm not going to hesitate to do it.
I'm gonna look upstairs.
But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to do what used to, Benita, you probably used to get angry with me during the debates, when you'd have some of the people you were supporting said, on day one, I'm going to executive order to do this. Not within the constitutional authority.
Oh my God.
Wow. Well, to be fair, the way they cut it, where it's the country is doomed and not just because of black people, it was edited in a way to make it a little worse. But boy, it's bad enough on its own. This is the same guy though who stood up and said we have the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization. I mean, so not surprising.
Well, it was an impressive fraud organization, but they didn't get away with it. It's Joe Biden who's doomed. It's the Democrats who are doomed. In fact, it is the entire two-party system that is doomed. Americans are waking up everywhere with the fire of liberty in their hearts, and we're gonna crush them. All right, that's enough. That's enough ranting. You asked for some white pills, so hopefully the audience is into that.
Merry Christmas, everyone. And, get wrecked, Illuminati. You're gonna take the L this time. All right. Bye, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, obviously we are 1 week away from Election Day, and I think everything gets framed around that. as all of the stories that we're dealing with collide. Presidential election for control of Congress, coronavirus, the politics of the pandemic, the Supreme Court in the middle of all of that, voting and early voting and voting rights. It all comes together. 7 days out, those are our stories. Let's start with David Chalian with the politics. Thank you.
Good morning, Jeff. Yep, 1 week to go, and I think the key today, the key driving story is two-pronged. It's the map and the message. And I'll start with the map because their campaign schedules today really do tell the story of their sort of strategic needs here as they build their paths to 270. And you see, after 3 stops in Pennsylvania yesterday, that Donald Trump is continuing to work those Great Lakes states in Michigan and Wisconsin today. And this is, you heard Joe Biden yesterday when he popped up to dip his toe in Pennsylvania and get on camera yesterday. He said, we really got to rebuild that blue wall, and Donald Trump is keenly aware of that. If indeed Biden is able to do that and flip back those states that went so narrowly to Donald Trump and delivered him the presidency, it really puts up a major roadblock to his ability to get reelected. So that's why you see him where he is yesterday, Pennsylvania, today, Michigan and Wisconsin, just so critical, and we'll see him again in these places, no doubt. It is also interesting, just the overlay. You noted the stories that sort of go together. I mean, look at the coronavirus case map as well. I mean, a place like Wisconsin, which is just, completely raging right now with the virus, is one of these critical states for him, and he'll find himself there today as he continues to deliver his, rounding the turn and COVID message. He's actually going to be in one of the, hot spots in the country. And then, of course, there's the interesting piece of his campaign schedule today when he ends his day, or his final event, I should say, is in the Omaha, Nebraska area. As you know, the electoral votes in Maine and Nebraska are awarded by congressional district, as well as according to the statewide winner. And so that single electoral vote that comes out of the 2nd congressional district in the Omaha area, Donald Trump won it 4 years ago. Some polling there has indicated it is leaning Biden's way, and Trump is there to try and win it back. I think it shows you, just how narrow his path is, that he has got to spend time a week out making a play for a single electoral vote. Now, obviously, it also helps him in Iowa because it's the same media market, and right across the river in western Iowa, a lot of Republicans there try to drive up the vote in a critical Midwest state there in Iowa as well. But the fact that he's putting the plane down in Omaha and holding that rally there is indicative. And by the way, Jill Biden is fighting for the one in Maine today. She's in Bangor, the Democratic nominee's wife. So Jeff Zelny's going to look at that. He'll be there tonight in Nebraska with Trump, and he'll put something together on just the quirkiness of those the single electoral vote. We also then have Biden in Georgia. No Democrats won it since 1992, and to think a week out that the Democratic nominee would be spending an entire day in Georgia when his wife and his running mate were also just there. Clearly, they are trying to see if they can actually flip it. All the polling there suggests it's really close. As you know, Georgia, Texas, Arizona have been a part of a decade-long Democratic project of looking at the demographic changes in the Sun Belt and how they could flip some of these red states blue as those demographic changes continued to accelerate. And Georgia now is where you find Joe Biden today, 1 week out from Election Day. It's kind of his attempt to expand the map and also an insurance policy in
It's
case
funny
that
that
rebuilding of the Blue Wall project he talked about
yeah.
yesterday doesn't pan out. He wants to make sure he has some other options going. But it's also his message today in Georgia that I think is really a a driving piece of today as well. I think we expect to hear from him in the 1 o'clock hour for about 25 minutes. Obviously, in Warm Springs, he's going to evoke FDR and that whole notion of a country unifying for a singular purpose of trying to overcome a great challenge. And we heard some of these themes when he was using the Lincoln imagery in Gettysburg a few weeks back, and today he's doing it in Warm Springs. It also is not so far afield, obviously, from how Joe Biden started this race a year and a half ago with the message of a battle for the soul of the nation, and obviously that was pre-pandemic and pre-economic slide. But here you have him trying to deliver that unity message as his closing message a week out. We also will see First Lady Melania Trump for her first solo campaign event of the entire campaign 1 week out. That is a late entrance for somebody as high-profile a surrogate as the First Lady has been utilized in previous administrations. But 1 week out, she's in Pennsylvania today making her debut trip, and Kate Bennett is all over that. Just a couple other things to note. We have Sarah Murray in Pennsylvania today. She's been looking at all the early voting that's going on in a state that really has had no history of early voting before, and that status of a critical, perhaps tipping point state. Bill Weir is up in Wisconsin today. These are part of our battleground state reporters now that have deployed in advance of the election in the most critical states. We have Dana Bash's piece looking at the youth vote explosion today. You've seen it in the early vote, and we saw some of this in 2018, and the perennial question about youth voters, like, will they show up? Well, they're showing up in the early vote right now, and could they be a difference maker in some critical states? Dana takes a look at that. Alex Marquardt's going to take a look at the policy differences between Trump and Biden on foreign policy today, and Tom Foreman is going to take a look at some of the most well-known promises from the 2016 campaign trail that Donald Trump made day in and day out at his rallies, whether it's building the wall and having Mexico pay for it, or draining the swamp, ending NAFTA, whatever his sort of most high-profile promises were, getting rid of Obamacare and replacing it, and the status of those things, sort of a report card on those high-profile 2016 promises as he's seeking a renewal of his contract for 4 years with the American people. And I think that's where we start.
Okay.
One other thing I forgot to mention was the Bloomberg money. That just again with the map story, I was saying, $15 million now into Texas and Ohio in this final week. So Bloomberg, who had been so focused on Florida, is also trying to help Biden expand that. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Just picking up on your report, I just want to reemphasize that this is all about the path to 270 and where Donald Trump is today and why, and where Joe Biden is today and why. And then, of course, there's surrogates in Joe Biden and Melania Trump. But to David's point about where they are and why they're there, and the path to 270, and all the ways the puzzle can be put together to get one of them to 270. And I don't want to be rushing through that. That is really where we are. Now, a lot of this also combines with early voting and vote counting and Supreme Court rulings. And so for that, let's move to Washington.
Okay, so let's start just with the overall numbers. 61 million as of this morning, closing in on half the total of 2016. As we get each day, Republicans are continuing to narrow this massive lead that the Democrats had in early voting. But the question still remains, how close they'll be, like how that will turn out over the next week. The president, for his part, continuing to cast doubt on this whole process, urging voters by tweet to change their votes in states that allow it. And then there is the Supreme Court piece of it all that's getting a lot of attention this morning. This 5-3 decision last night on ballots cast in Wisconsin, only if they're received by Election Day. But what is getting a significant amount of attention this morning is the Kavanaugh footnotes, and this centers around allowing state courts to making the point that state courts are not in control, and saying that the Supreme Court would not look favorably upon these courts coming to them and asking for an extension. So liberals very concerned about this. This obviously is without Amy Coney Barrett. We are waiting on this Pennsylvania case that will be just this, that has now been appealed to the Supreme Court. So significant legal issues in this. And I think that's the voting piece of it this morning.
Okay, so I want to say that I really think that that this, all of our attention last night was Amy Coney Barrett being sworn in and all the issues she's about to face. Rightly so. But the Kavanaugh ruling, I think, was actually a really big deal last night and deserves our attention. And basically, he backing the Trump view that it's necessary for the election to be decided on election night, and that suspicion should be cast upon valid ballots counted after November 3rd in states where election officials allow that to happen. This is a significant deal. I believe Trump has tweeted about that we need to know the winner on November 3rd, and Twitter has already flagged that Trump tweet. If Richard Davis can check that for us. So I think that's another development in this whole thing. So the whole path to 270, where they are on the trail, and early voting numbers and the Supreme Court ruling, it all comes together. Washington, what else do you have?
So, as you mentioned, obviously the Amy Coney Barrett being sworn in last night, 200 plus people socially distanced this time at the White House in a way that we haven't seen before, masks being required. On his, aside from the tweeting about the election, he's on a tweet storm this morning about COVID. After November 4th, you won't be hearing about it. We're rounding the turn. There is, Politico's reporting, and we're working on this White House plan to announce covering vaccines for those on Medicare and Medicaid, using yet again a arm of the government to help his reelection. And then the only other thing that I want to point out is these Jared Kushner comments about the Black community, essentially saying Trump's policies can help but can't want them to be successful more than they want to be successful, which is raising a lot of eyebrows this morning. And Haley McEnany tried to clean it up this morning, but, they're out there.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Okay. Before we move to coronavirus and what happened in Philadelphia overnight, which I think are two other main stories, does anybody want to talk about elections, Trump, Supreme Court, anything there?
Hey there. I think it would be great to show America's very long history of not deciding election outcomes on the election day. There's so many examples from state offices, lower offices, president, think Florida recount, that I think it's important to remind people that it's completely and totally normal and has happened many, many, many times in history that we don't know the winner immediately in all sorts of races.
Suspected organized crime activity reported on
and Jeff, I just want to add to what Rebecca just said in the wake of the Kavanaugh thing and then also Trump saying we need to know on November 3rd. I think we need to start talking more about and detailing how states report their counts and how long the vote counting will take. There's an excellent piece, and it's in a giant chart of every state in the New York Times about where they talk to secretaries of state that I think at every state, in every state, about how their counting process will go, when they expect results. A huge number of them don't expect to finish counting at least until sometime on November 4th. Obviously, that's not November 3rd, as the president has demanded. But I think that we need to start gearing people towards that with a little more emphasis
I do think the chart and going state by state, obviously in a TV segment, we can't go through all 50 states, but I think we could highlight some and then point people to a digital breakdown of how it's going to go. But, you know, the president and Kavanaugh, you know, basically saying that the votes have to be counted on Election Day, that's not how states work. As Rebecca said, there's been many times when elections have gone beyond. Just think about 2018 and the sort of slow building blue wave as time went on. More and more Democrats ended up winning congressional seats in California and other places that changed the margin for Democrats in the House. And we just went through that literally 2 years ago, where votes were counted over a couple of weeks. It's not unusual, but also the states themselves have a plan for how they're counting their votes. They all do it differently. I mean, so there's some overlap. And I think we need to start explaining how they're doing that and what their expectations are for when they will have results.
And Michael, just to add to that, we do have reporters for exactly this reason in these 6 states that are likely to decide this election, and that is what they are there to do, is explain this. You know, they have all the reporting.
And they should all be doing that. We should go to them and they should update on what's going on there. But I'm saying to accumulate in one place, and maybe it would be a focus on the battlegrounds, and then say if you want to see how every state works, go to, you know, CNN.com for a full 50-state roundup of how this works. But to maybe focus on the battlegrounds and what their count expectations are, and when the secretaries of state expect to return results. And this relates to the fact that some count mail-in ballots ahead of Election Day. Some don't start counting them till that night, et cetera, et cetera. But I really think it's important to start countering this idea that we're going to have all the votes counted on November 3rd, because there's zero expectation of that in any year, never mind in this year with so much mail-in voting and the pandemic, et cetera.
To follow up on Michael and Virginia's point, you know, we've done such a good job of doing correspondent whip-arounds about coronavirus, but Bill Weir is in Wisconsin, Sarah Murray is in Pennsylvania, Drew Griffin is in Florida, Keong is in Arizona, Miguel is in Michigan, and Diane Gallagher is in North Carolina. So those 6 states right there, there's no reason that we couldn't do a very similar whip with those folks about exactly what Rebecca, Michael, and Virginia are talking about. Other thoughts?
Jeff, you mentioned Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan just now, the blue wall states. As the president is asking for the votes to be counted by November 3rd, the reason that those 3 states will be particularly slow is that their Republican legislatures have refused the Democratic governor's request to process ballots early. So all 3 of those states are really late. They don't even open, in the case of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, they don't even open the mail-in ballots, which have to be unfolded, signatures checked, until Election Day. And that's because the Republican legislatures have blocked the requests for that to happen. So if we don't have the results in those states on election night, the blame falls at the feet of Republicans. Of course, as we've all been saying, doesn't mean that there's anything wrong if we don't know till Thursday or Friday in those states, because it just takes time to count it. But the reason we won't know until Thursday or Friday is because the Republican legislatures have blocked.
Well, that would seem to be good reporting history in those correspondent reports. Other thoughts?
Hey, Jeff, it's Richard Davis. I do want to confirm that tweet by the president was marked by Twitter as misleading. As Betsy Klein notes this morning, it always takes multiple days for votes to be counted. Some are provisional ballots, some are military and overseas ballots, and, of course, absentee votes as well. So Twitter did mark that as misleading.
So I think that John Antonio and Rachel, I think that is significant that they've done that, especially on the heels of the Kavanaugh ruling last night. I think it all comes together. Other thoughts? Okay, anything else in Washington?
No.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to coronavirus, and then we'll do the rest of domestic. Matthew.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. 1 week to Election Day, the rapid acceleration we've been hearing so much about is here, and hospitals all over are rapidly getting stretched very thin. We're now averaging 70,000 new cases a day. We're on pace for 9 million cases probably this weekend. The number that's really showing up on the ground across America is hospitalization, up 46% in a month, at 43,000 now. And El Paso Hospital tells our team there we're at the highest point we've ever been. And of course, the concerns about what's ahead. Gottlieb saying we're at the cusp of exponential spread in parts of the country, the hardest phase over the next 2 to 3 months. And as we look at the numbers, the U.S. positivity rate is in fact higher than it was a month ago. And of course, reacting to kind of the surrender playbook evident at the top and other messaging from the White House, the WHO chief calls this out, saying giving up on control is dangerous. Looking at the CNN map, 37 states going in the wrong direction week to week in cases. That map turning up red in almost the entire western half of the U.S. Rural areas hit very hard, often with smaller hospitals bearing the brunt. Alabama, the most red state on the map, up 60% week to week, but also the entire Northeast from Pennsylvania to Maine. Red up on the map. Pennsylvania and Rhode Island recording their single highest case number days yesterday. New Jersey's governor says it is screaming out that it is surging right now. Newark will close non-essential businesses early at 8 and other measures in place. And then Texas, we've talked a lot about. Hospitalizations in Texas, almost double that of a month ago. El Paso seeming to be at a breaking point. The University Medical Center there seeing almost a 10-fold increase in COVID patients from a month ago, airlifting non-COVID patients to other hospitals and such. We're getting some updated numbers at this hour. Ed Lavandera is live in El Paso on that. He's also got this piece that rolled out this morning just on the human struggle to stay afloat in Texas. The owner of an iconic bar who had to lay off 20 people, a single mother and salon owner, and stories like that. In the Midwest, Minnesota releases data tying 3 outbreaks and several dozen cases to the aftermath of Trump and Pence campaign events in recent months. Illinois' governor says there seems to be a COVID storm on the rise and put 6 of the 11 state regions in this resurgence mitigation mode, meaning they have temporary authority to limit gatherings and close indoor bar and restaurant service. We've got Adrian in Chicago, and Utah hospitals remain overrun, threatening to implement this care rationing plan. The state seeing a record high 7-day positivity rate, 17%. To talk for a second about masks, after all this time and all that we now know, masks remain a battle somehow. Now, mask orders are getting more traction in more places, including some conservative areas. Mississippi's governor ordering masks in 7 more counties. In Idaho, where the state is rolling back a full reopening phase, the city of Coeur d'Alene approves a mandate. And then Deborah Burks, visiting North Dakota, told the Bismarck paper, based on what she's seen, this is the least use of masks we've seen in retail establishments of any place we've been. Remember, North Dakota has the highest per capita case rate. Also, you've got South Dakota, also called out by IHME for low mask use, the second highest per capita case rate. So clearly, I think we can see a cause and effect here. On the health front, new concerns about waning immunity over time. This Imperial College London study, hundreds of thousands of people finding significant declines in antibodies as they return for testing 12 and 18 and 24 weeks later. Eli Lilly says it will stop testing one of its experimental antibody treatments in hospitalized patients, that it doesn't work so well in hospitalized patients, does help mild and moderate cases. And testing Zara Jawar says the feds will ship out almost 40 million of those new rapid Binax Now tests to states by the end of the week to help them with reopening. Clearly, the testing numbers have never really surged as promised. We've got Sanjay and Elizabeth and Jacqueline available from the health team. The wrap piece today is Nick Watt for 4, 6, 8, and 10.
Okay. Thank you. So does anybody have any thoughts on coronavirus they want to address?
Hey, Jeff. Good morning. It's Ben. Just to tie a couple things together really quickly, Virginia mentioned the tweet by the president this morning about all the fake media wants to talk about is COVID, 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 and after the election, you won't hear so much about it anymore. We are rounding the turn. That is obviously, a very, very tired line from the president. If we are rounding a turn, it is through the guardrail and off the cliff. there is no metric to look at to say that things are getting better, and frankly, it's a disservice, to any American who is wondering what is going on. So I think we need to be calling that out. Along with that, there's an interesting new Axios Ipsos poll this morning that will be alerting shortly that finds only 26% of Americans say the federal government's handling of the virus is getting better. 46%, almost half, saying the federal government is getting worse. Interestingly, businesses, employers, local governments, and the CDC have net positive differences in how people think they are dealing with the virus. And then lastly, I just wanted to flag these comments from Fauci yesterday that I think flew a little bit under the radar. There's been a lot of interest in these, so-called challenge trials where you have to potentially expose people, deliberately expose people to coronavirus to see if they become infected to measure the effectiveness of the vaccine. Obviously, the news out of the UK where they've had to do that there. Fauci saying yesterday, we don't need to do that here in the U.S. because the virus is running just so rampant. There's no need to even construct a trial like that because things are so bad here. So just a really salient sign of the time.
Great. Thank you, Ben. Other thoughts on COVID?
Jeff, we're going to see a lot of Donald Trump today because he's doing so many rallies. And just a reminder about the masks at the rally. Despite what you might see in the picture behind the president, where the campaign specifically gives out MAGA masks and asks the people right around the president in the head-on camera shot to wear masks, and we have reported this out many times, almost nobody else in the rally is wearing masks. Reporters say that over and over and over. So as far as the visuals go of Donald Trump and COVID today, use the shots of the crowd, not the shots of the president. And if you do have a shot of the president, you can remind the viewers that those are some of the only people in the crowd that are wearing masks, and that's an intentional effort by the campaign to put that image up.
And just to note, Trump just tweeted, now he's putting a number to where we are with COVID, 99.9%.
Okay. Other thoughts? Okay, the rest of domestic, Matthew.
Okay, first, this major unrest in Philadelphia overnight. Dozens of police injured, confrontations over this fatal police shooting of a black man, Walter Wallace Jr. He was armed with a knife, but the mayor says there are difficult questions about this case. About 30 officers injured, mostly from flying projectiles. One hit by a pickup truck. Reports of looting going on even this morning. There was this confrontation captured on eyewitness video. Wallace at one point brandishing a knife, but there are questions about how the confrontation got to this level, about why he was shot at a distance while holding a knife, as officers backed away, about whether there were any real attempts at de-escalation here. Wallace's mother reportedly tried to intervene, seen on the video. Questions about non-lethal weapons and why they weren't used here. There's just a lot we don't know about the shooting itself, but obviously the unrest is a major story. The reaction rages on. The mayor has a 1 o'clock presser ostensibly on COVID, but he'll certainly get a lot of questions, so more to come there. The full eyewitness video now available, being sent out. There's body cam video, but it is not public yet, so we'll find out about when we see that. We've got Sarah Murray for the moment in Philly handling lives, and Bryn Gingras takes over this story in the 11 o'clock hour and packages for the afternoon. A couple of other items from the policing beat. One of two people shot in that fatal police shooting that led to the protest in Waukegan, Illinois last week. She has a news conference from her hospital bed at noon today. Tafara Williams was the girlfriend of Marcellus Stinnett. He was the one in the car going in reverse. Police shot into it, killing him, injuring her. The officer fired. Omar can handle this from Chicago. And still a lot of answers needed on why a police officer in South Georgia shot and killed a 19-year-old, spotted hours after supposedly fleeing a traffic stop. Jakarian Jackson was shot dead in a parking lot in Sylvester, Georgia, and authorities haven't really explained why. So we're working on that still. There are the massive wildfires in Southern California, high winds, raging fires, 100,000 people forced to evacuate some pretty well-populated areas like Yorba Linda and Irvine neighborhoods. The windy conditions just creating infernos and massive plumes. Stephanie Elam was up live from there this morning, remains there. And, of course, keeping an eye on tropical storms soon again to the Hurricane Zeta. Hurricane warnings up right now from Louisiana to Alabama for this storm that will make landfall on the Gulf Coast tomorrow afternoon, and we've got the Weather Center on it.
Does anybody have any thoughts on any of these stories they want to raise? Okay, I think as some know, I want to make sure we are covering what happened in Philadelphia. International.
Hey, good morning. So we're seeing anti-lockdown protests across the country in Italy, but especially in northern parts, where some have turned violent, police using tear gas, and reports of wounded. So Ben Wiedemann has that latest today. Belgium is considering a second lockdown. Hospitals could be running out of ICU beds in 2 weeks. In one city, there are reports medical personnel are being asked to continue working despite testing positive. So Melissa Bell has all that reporting from Belgium, which, just to highlight, it has the worst infection rate in Europe per capita. Russia imposing a mask mandate in public spaces from Wednesday, and officials are also limiting hours for bars and restaurants there. So Fred Pleiken has that whipped today. A Vatican official says they're trying to convince the Pope to wear a mask in public. He had faced some criticism recently for not wearing recently at events attended by large groups. So Delia Gallagher has that report for us today. Melbourne is hours away from ending one of their longest lockdowns after the Victoria State stamped out new cases for the second day in a row. There's a package from Selena Wang in the system on that. And then just last on COVID, India sees another significant drop in new COVID cases. They're way down from the 70,000 plus figures they were reporting just a few weeks ago. So Vedika has that for us today. Did you want me to do the other international lines?
Yeah, finish the international, please.
Okay, yeah, just three more stories to highlight. So just regarding the continuing row between Macron and Erdogan, in some parts of the Muslim world, we are seeing French products being pulled off shelves. Our With package today really looks at where the anger is coming from towards France from the Muslim community. Nigerian authorities are also on high alert. A judicial panel today begins their investigation into police brutality. They're looking at the shooting of protesters last week, but really this is all being seen as a test of the independence of the judiciary. So Eleni Giokos is on that story today. And then just last, a well-known Hong Kong activist detained while trying to seek asylum at the U.S. consulate. We have some reports of other activists also seeking asylum with Americans, which would obviously put the U.S. at odds with China. So that's a story we're getting more reporting on, and Selena Wang will be following that. And that's where we start today.
Thank you very much, Penny. Business.
Jeff, good morning. Stock futures attempting a recovery today after that disastrous day on Wall Street. Equities plunging to their worst session since September, all amid the surge in coronavirus cases, as well as no stimulus. The Dow fell as much as 950 points yesterday before settling down about 650 points. Yesterday was the worst day since September 3rd, closing below 28,000 for the first time since October 6th. So we are tracking that closely. Futures this morning were up, but now flat following Caterpillar earnings. That company, considered a corporate bellwether on the state of U.S. manufacturing, reporting a 54% drop in earnings in the third quarter as equipment sales declined across all regions and segments. Christine Romans is available on that this morning, and Allison Cossack is at the New York Stock Exchange. Allison also tracking this morning this open letter published by more than 600 business school professors declaring opposition to President Trump and urging corporate America to act with conscience with regard to the president. So she is tracking that. That alert just went out moments ago. In media and election news, Fox News and the Today Show ran this video yesterday on what appeared to show Joe Biden criticizing former President George W. Bush as the person he was running against, not President Trump. The President Trump tweeting yesterday saying, "Joe Biden called me George yesterday, couldn't remember my name." Problem is, the video was based on deceptively edited clips that was peddled by the Trump camp. Tony texted me moments ago that the clip still lives on Twitter and Facebook and has millions of views on YouTube. I know it was covered in the Reliable Newsletter Overlay, and Brian Stelter and Oliver Darcy are available on that. That's where we start.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before we move to digital, does anybody have anything they want to bring up? Digital.
Hey, 29 million uniques yesterday. The Collinson piece that tied together the pandemic and the election was number one, and we had also really strong with Feliza on the 60 Minutes interview and Faith Karimi on black voter turnout. Those were really strong top threes. The top videos over the last 24-ish hours are why it's important to get a flu vaccine, the Barrett swearing in, and Trump walking off an interview in 1990 when he was asked tough questions about his casino. This morning, the 10 Senate seats most likely to flip. This is the latest from Simone Pathé. She has been on this for digital. Audiences love the down ballot. This is getting 20,000 concurrents and growing, and it is our runaway number one. Number two is a service story on how to prepare for the coronavirus surge. This is from our wellness team. More on that in a little bit. A new study showing evidence of waning immunity to COVID. Biden is making a play for red states in the final days of the campaign as Trump narrows his focus. That's Bradner on the map and message framing that you and Chalian talked about. And then Zeta making its way toward the Gulf Coast after slamming into Mexico. A few more things on politics. Brownstein on why Texas Republicans' hold on the state is loosening is super strong. Frederica Scouten, this went up yesterday midday, and we didn't get a chance to shout about it in the call. It's a really good story on women fueling a Biden fundraising surge. So we've got that on women. We've got Dana, as previously mentioned, on this potentially being the year of the young voter. And then coming in noon, we've got what we know about everyone who's voted so far. This is from Adam Levy. You know, it looks like they're going to be younger and more diverse. Plus, we have a separate on the Latino voters. And then, as previously mentioned, we have Faith Karimi's good piece on the black voters. So all those demographic pieces that we have up and coming in the next hour or so are just really terrific, and we're going to keep on packaging those, and audiences are there for it. In addition, there's some really good newsy op-eds like Trump's big problem in Florida from Chris King. These are the three factors that could determine if Trump wins North Carolina again. That's from Douglas Hay. And then why it's time to stop using the term election day in favor of the more accurate last day of voting. That's from Vivian Schiller. So good kind of voting election demographic pieces. The Scoopik is really good on Barrett. We've got her in the T1 for a little while longer, just zooming out. You know, she's 48. She could serve for 3 decades or more and shape law for an entire generation. She's going to have a ton of influence over a long period of time. And Stelter on last night's primetime celebration is really good. We have that out, and that was in the newsletter. Kushner's revealing and racist comment on Black Americans and success. We have the news clap of the video, but we've got a Brandon Tinsley analysis that is really smart, really good. We have the Kavanaugh, we have more coming on the Kavanaugh ruling for the discussion here, and we just went up with a federal judge rejecting the DOJ's attempt to defend Trump in the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit. So that's a little bit of breaking news that we're out with. On COVID, in just 1 week, the surge has added 500,000 cases to the U.S. total. So that's our framing for our main bar this morning. We have all of those new case records that are being set that Matthew mentioned. We have another piece on October is the new April. It's starting to feel like April all over again, with field hospitals opening up, curfews enforced, refrigerated trucks are on the move. And then, of course, with the global picture not being any better with, you know, what's happening in Italy, for example, with protests turning violent as anger over COVID measures mounts there. So it's kind of no wonder that a service piece about how to protect yourself and your loved ones is our overall number 2 this morning. I mean, it's remarkable and understandable at the same time. And then lastly, yes, we are on the Philadelphia shooting and protest story, in addition to the other police beat stories that Matthew mentioned. Those are out. And then the California fires is another big interest for audiences. I mean, that's 100,000 people that are fleeing under evacuation order. So we are going to stay on that, and we have our wildfire tracker to go with that as well. That's it.
Thank you very much. John.
All right, so a busy day on the campaign trail, and we're out with all the key players. Jessica Dean in Georgia, where Joe Biden making a play for the state. 2 stops. We're with him at 1 o'clock in Warm Springs. Jeremy Diamond with President Trump will be in Lansing, Michigan during the 2 o'clock hour. And then Obama, Biden's #1 surrogate. He's in Orlando today during the noon hour. One of those drive-in rallies. Jason Carroll is there. We'll be dipping into portions of those appearances. All this in the shadow of that really consequential ruling involving the Wisconsin ballots, the Supreme Court ruling. Just had Ariane DeVoe on, had some really interesting analysis digitally, and we had that discussion on television. Joan Paskupik and Rick Tildy's coming up later on today. I'm going to focus in on the Kavanaugh footnote and the implications of that. And then we will be whipping through the reporters in these different swing states. They were mentioned, Drew Griffin in Florida, Miguel Marquez in Michigan, Kyung Law in Arizona, Diane Gallagher in North Carolina on the issues at play on the ground in those really make-or-break states. John King stays on his Path to 270 look with the Electoral College, and a big focus on the youth vote. John King has Michael Frias, the CEO of Catalyst, booked. They analyze all the early voting data for us here at CNN. Really interesting trends on the huge jump among the younger vote across all demographics, Black, Latino, and white. And that pairs well with Dana Bash's Youth Vote piece, which is going to get a couple of airings today. We'll also get to Kate Bennett later on today with Melania Trump making a very, very rare appearance on the campaign trail. On coronavirus, we're going to spotlight all these hot spots, Ed Lavendera in El Paso, Adrian Broadus in Chicago. We have a number of bookings in these key states. Just had the Illinois Public Health Director on with Jim and Poppy, the one who broke down over the weekend. We're also going to get the Judge Ricardo Samaniego of El Paso County on the surge there. And Brianna has both the Director of Montana Public Health and a doctor on the front lines in Utah, 2 states that are facing some really serious issues right now. Sanjay Gupta and Elizabeth Cohen with Gottlieb on the exponential spread, and that British study with the findings on waning immunity, a lot to discuss there. Dr. Seema Yasmin, Dr. Jay Varkey, and Leona Wen add to that conversation, as well as talking about the Burke's comments about the least use of masks she's seen when she rolled through North Dakota. All shows are going to be on the Philadelphia police shooting. Sarah Mary up around that right now. Brendan Grass will be on the scene later on this morning. And then finally, we're about to get on the record with the Carroll case and the federal judge ruling against the DOJ. Shimon will handle that for us.
Okay, thank you. Washington?
Morning. I'm the lead. Caitlin, of course, on all things Trump at White House, and Jessica Dean with Biden in Georgia. Pamela Brown has our voting wrap piece, and we'll get to the Wisconsin decision as well. Of course, Senator Tim Kaine among our guests. The dire COVID numbers, we've got Dr. Rochelle Walensky, and we will continue to look at our policy differences between the candidates today, focusing on foreign policy with an Alex Marquardt donut. Mary Trump also joins in the fore for her argument that the Gold Water rule is too restrictive and psychology professionals should be more outspoken about her uncle. Nick Watt has our COVID rap piece in the fore. We've got Sanjay, of course. We're also going to speak to a frontline infectious disease physician in Salt Lake City on Utah rationing care and the desperate situation with hospitals there. Sarah Murray in Harrisburg, and the Pennsylvania Secretary of State joins us. And of course, we will report on the latest on the Philly unrest following the police shooting there.
And in the Situation Room, we'll be connecting all of the dots 1 week from Election Day. The path to 270, putting the puzzle together, and the battle for Congress. Trump in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska, and why he's there. Biden in Georgia, and why he's there. All of this with record more than 65 million votes already cast. We'll get into the Wisconsin SCOTUS ruling, and we'll try to do a whip of reporters in some of these key battleground states. All of this as the virus is raging, almost every state in the red. Trump continuing to say we're rounding the turn and we're at 99.9%. We're also going to do a deeper dive on voter suppression tactics and what civil rights leaders are doing in the trenches. That was a suggestion from Janita. So we'll do that with Derek Johnson of the NAACP and Ben Ginsburg. And then we'll get to the Philadelphia police shooting as well. That's where we're starting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything they want to bring up?
I sent this around to a few people, but I really think we should cover somehow Peggy Noonan's controversial remarks about Kamala Harris. She said that, you know, when she's laughing and dancing on the campaign trail, she's coming across as insubstantial, frivolous, and embarrassing. And, you know, it's not that she can never be criticized. It's just that sometimes there's a sense of double standards and stereotypes. And I think that Sophia Nelson, as a Black conservative voice, would be perfect to have on air, because she wrote this: Peggy Noonan is my friend. Here's why her Kamala Harris comments are wrong. And basically that sometimes Black women feel we can never win, right? We're either angry, mean, ambitious, independent, or we're like, you know, we're not serious enough. And I think that the point is, it's not to just castigate, you know, Noonan. It's just to have that conversation that, you know, as Sophia Nelson says, a teachable moment. But, you know, we need to just sort of, you know, understand why these kinds of comments are so damaging.
Yeah, I agree that that's an interesting story. Anyone else?
Yeah, Jeff, in terms of, you know, Emily was just talking about voter suppression, and earlier you asked about the tweet by the president that Twitter flagged. So it was at 7:43 last night. Trump tweets, big problems and discrepancies with mail-in ballots all over the USA. Of course, must have final vote on November 3rd. That's the one. And Twitter says some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about how to participate in an election or another civic process. Learn more. Their stamp is there first before you even get to Trump's misleading statement. So it's, you know, I don't know what we do with it, but you had asked about it, and that's where it was. And he continues to talk about the problems and discrepancies with mail-in ballots. He doesn't use fraud right there, but he said must have final total on November 3rd, which of course is ridiculous.
Right. So now, Richard Davis and Rick Davis have both pointed this out, and I will agree that I think we should be highlighting it, because I think it is part of the whole story with early voting, when we will know the results, Trump's pressure to know by November 3rd, Kavanaugh's decision in his footnote last night that he agrees with the Trumpian point of view, what that portends for next week. So I think it's actually quite important. Anyone else?
Hey, Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, it's Ramon. This is an interesting little story that we've never seen something like this from the Colombian government. So it was reported yesterday that the U.S. Embassy in Bogota sent a warning to Colombian politicians to stay out of the U.S. election. CNN did an op-ed on this with two U.S. congressmen, Gregory Meeks and another U.S. congressman, I think Vallejo, writing that the Colombians need to stay out of the U.S. election. And so what's happened is two Colombian senators and one Colombian congressman who lives in Miami but commutes to Bogota to his congressional sessions. He's a dual citizen. They have been campaigning for Trump and inundating social media in Florida to Colombian Americans and Venezuelans who can vote, claiming that Biden is a communist, he will not be a friend to Venezuela, to helping Venezuela, all of those things. It's been quite aggressive, but we've never seen an embassy like this do this, especially to an ally like Colombia. And it actually, the U.S. Embassy actually sent a warning and said, you need to stop meddling in the U.S. election. So it's sort of an unusual thing that they've done. and it just underscores the battle in Florida that this sort of disinformation campaign continues in Spanish across social media. It's an interesting little wrinkle.
So the U.S. government's willing to do that in Colombia, but not say that to Russia.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Any other thoughts? I have a couple questions for Washington, or that I think we should look at. Where was Mike Pence at last night's Amy Coney Barrett event? Don't forget, remember, he was originally going to go to the Senate vote. He didn't even show up at the event at the White House. And I do think there is a story to be done on Mark Meadows' role in all of this, given what he said to Jake this week, given that he's out there denying that there's efficiency of masks, that he agrees that we're rounding the corner. The campaign is upset with him. I think there's a Mark Meadows story to be done. I just want to close by saying let's make sure that we are being in the moment, urgent, newsy, not covering yesterday's news, but being where the story is today. Let's not focus on
I got it.
Let's make sure we're focused on what's happening today and looking ahead, looking forward, and looking ahead to next Tuesday. The path to 270, all the ways the puzzle comes together. Where is everybody on the campaign today? Where are they going? Where do things stand now? Looking ahead, when do people count votes, et cetera, et cetera. The election, COVID, politics of COVID, and everything associated with all those things. I do think Philadelphia deserves some attention. Have a good day, everybody. Thanks. Bye-bye.
I hired you because you are extremely pretty.
Oh, boys are gross. This was clipped just because I look at me.
You hired me to get into my pants?
No, I hired you because you look good. It's like having a nice piece of art in the lobby.
Disgusting.
I was in the top of my class.
But not the top.
I did an internship at the Mayo Clinic.
You were a very good applicant.
But not the best.
Would that upset you? Really? You think that you were hired because of some genetic gift of beauty instead of some genetic gift of intelligence?
No! Why am I top clip? Oh, being a woman.
People choose the paths that gain them the greatest rewards for the least amount of effort. That's a law of nature.
Being a woman.
Now, this might shock you, but being an attractive female is an advantage on Twitch. Now, I want to be very clear. Go get yours. I don't have any problem with it. My only problem with some of the streamers, when they perhaps, I don't know, emotionally manipulate their viewers, that's a very small percentage of female streamers. Very, very small. And ultimately, there's a lot better things to invest your time in than giving money to someone in hopes of some sort of emotional connection down the line. And perhaps, I don't know, reading this book. This video is sponsored by a brand new book which currently has 5-star reviews as I'm looking at it on its Amazon page. Downfall and Rise is the first audiobook in the Portal Fantasy series, Challenger's Call. The main character is a young man using VR therapy to try and recover from a severe injury affecting his body, balance, and memory, who starts visiting a different universe in his dreams. Here, he finds everything works like old RPGs. namely in that overcoming challenges makes his body and mind grow stronger. But every person in these worlds is in danger of losing their own future from a horrible doom approaching. The strange, beautiful steward of these worlds offer him a deal. Help her save the people of these worlds, and he can use the power he gains in these dreams to fix his body back on Earth. I don't want to give too much away. Of course, it features both male and female narration, intense emotional themes, a story where people actually call out evil for what it is, instead of promoting it in their closing credits. The book is available on Amazon and Audible, and free with either 1 credit or 30-day free trial for new subscribers. If you're looking for something to read this winter or into spring, give it a go. The series is a 6-book series, so there's an absolute ton of content for you to enjoy. Support the channel, get an awesome book, use the link in the pinned comment below or in the description. That's one of my goals for 2021, is to read more books, and I hope that some of my viewers will take me up on that. Again, get yours. But I think it's funny that Twitch streamers shocked to find out being beautiful woman an advantage. More at 9. Talia Mar mocks gross Twitch viewers over most viewed clips. Now, this is not a roast of her. No shame. No, I don't want anyone dunking on her. I don't think. I think it's wholesome that she apparently didn't know why these clips were the most popular. She's a British singer, a YouTuber, and a streamer. Has been growing quickly in popularity, doubling her follower count in the last 3 months of the year. But some of her most popular clips appear to be viral for all the wrong reasons. Something she's now called out. Clipping is one of Twitch's best features. It allows viewers to create. Yeah, we all know what that is. These clips are usually shareable on social media, embedded online, and can be downloaded for use in other content. But it's also available to be taken advantage of, as is often with viewers clipping moments out of context or capturing a mistake that the streamer likely regrets. Excuse me. Well, that's kind of the point. That's kind of why it's popular. Because Twitch introduced the ability for streamers to disable clips in their channel in 2020, many argue that it was well overdue, and that's something she may now be considering after she checked her most popular clips ever. On her December 26th live stream, Mara was relaxing, chatting with her viewers when she checked out her old clips. Scrolling down, she came across a bunch of clips from her channel, some 7 or 8 months old, and the clips among her most viewed on the account. So intrigued, she picked out a couple to watch. Didn't take long for her to realize that these particular clips were nothing more than her standing up from her chair as viewers clipped them to ogle her. This is just me getting up. Ugh, I hate boys. Boys are gross. This was clipped just because look at me, disgusting. What's my second most viewed clip, she asked, bemused. Then watching another clip, this time with 11,000 views, she realized, oh my God, was this clip just because of my bobs? Oh my God. Talia, no. Why are my top clicks? Oh, being a woman. I reject this reductive kind of classification. Now, I don't think that this person is what I would call a thought. There are some that exist on Twitch, of course. Remember, for example, Invader V, Twitch streamer facing backlash for shaming broke viewers while asking for money. If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you should be working. Now, there is some truth to that statement, but also one's financial, first of all, a view in general is something that must be earned. And I'm so glad that you chose to tune in today. A subscriber is something that has to be earned. And I'm so glad that many of you click that red button and subscribe. Money is a whole nother option. See, Twitch has a subscription feature where you can charge $5, $10, or $15 a month. YouTube has a similar thing, a join button. Imagine, if you will, if I were to say, if you have time to be watching my YouTube videos, then you have time to give me your money. That's absurd. That is for people who want to go above and beyond to support, and I extraordinarily appreciate those that do. But then you have female streamers like this. It doesn't matter how broke you are. If you have time to watch Twitch, you have $10. If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you should be working. You should be trying to earn money. The streamer added that $5 or $10 does not equate to the cost of a full meal, and called viewers who can't afford to subscribe irresponsible with money. See, that's the part where most of us disagreed. Earning that join or that subscribe is like for, you know, you have to earn that. It isn't a right. And just because somebody doesn't pay you money every month doesn't mean they don't enjoy your content, doesn't mean they might not buy your merch, or maybe they tip you in bits, or they super chat you, or you know what, maybe they share your videos, or they tell their friends about it. Every viewer is important. The idea that you would be entitled to this money is where everything fell apart for her. I probably would have agreed with her in the first section, but by the second half, you know, that's what you get. You don't get to demand your viewers' time. You don't get to demand their money. But this is also her shtick. She wants men who want to be financially dominated. You can even see back to Sweet Anita, someone whom I've enjoyed a lot on Twitch. And she even knows. Most of you guys watch spicy videos. Most of you guys enjoy them. You like seeing women express their spiciness beyond display, but you like it when it benefits you. When a woman is actually the one benefiting from her own beauty, we seem to resent it and we get angry about it, and I don't know why. Some dissenters said that Twitch is not an appropriate setting that merit the indulgence of those images, but according to Anita, the audience might be directly shaping the platform. When people provide a show that has spicy content and viewers flood, the more they do that type of content. They're voting with their viewership, and that's not what people, and that's not on people providing the content, that's on people viewing. I want 100, and by the way, Anita is not, I mean, Anita is one of the most wholesome streamers out there. I've made several videos simping for her when she had that stalker showing up at her house and stuff like that. This is exactly the correct take. I've never had a problem with Twitch having this type of content. I wish that Twitch would just own it. The idea that Twitch is not like a site that houses this type of stuff, and then you have female streamers painting their chests. I'm sorry, like, I'm not going to get into the what is art argument, but I will say, why are they tuning in? They're not tuning in to see your spectacular artistic skills. I assure you that the number of viewers that watch you paint your milkers aren't there for your artistic ability. I'm not saying that isn't an artful skill. I'm just saying let's accept the reality of why people are there. Now, if you're a female streamer, you can be very successful if you are, I mean, it's just easier if you're good looking in life. It just is. This is a fact. You know, blue-haired land whale SJWs can whine about it all they want, but good-looking men and good-looking women have it easier. This has been, I don't know, since the beginning of time. Why not just accept that? Why act shocked that when you're wearing a low-cut top, you know, people like that? I mean, you could see this clip here. I mean, look what she's wearing. She's wearing something very, you know, very spicy. Now, she's 100% entitled to wear whatever she wants, but let's not act like that isn't an exciting thing for a 12-year-old boy who's watching you. Again, not her fault, to be very clear, but I think acting surprised about it is hilarious. Other clips that she watches is, I think one is, you know, where she's on the bed and bends over. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wonder what that is. Oh, like, why could that possibly be? I mean, when you're, I mean, I don't know what anyone else would clip if this is like literally what you do is sit here and just talk. I'm not sure what else is clip worthy. Now, I don't know if she's a game streamer or something. Oh, it looks like she streams Minecraft. She's got 400,000 followers. Good for her. But listen, let's not pretend to be shocked as to what is an interesting asset that you use, rightfully so. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
When it came out on Netflix in September, a bunch of my friends told me to watch The Social Dilemma. For those who haven't heard of it, it's a documentary about the inner workings of Facebook, Twitter, and the other social media networks that explores the question of whether or not these companies are actually doing more harm than good. Even though this is a subject I've spent a lot of time thinking about and discussing, and in spite of the fact that most of my adult life has been spent producing and distributing content on these platforms, I really wasn't in any rush to check it out. Part of my apathy was just that I was busy with other projects, but to be honest, I had a suspicion that I was going to be disappointed with the film. But everybody kept talking about it, and they all seemed to be terrified. Some people said they were going to delete their Facebook accounts. Others started demanding major policy changes. I was told I had to see it, so I did. And it was awful. I know. A lot of you probably saw it and thought it was good. Maybe because of it, you're really concerned. And before we get into it, you should know that I do think that...
Good morning, everybody. Morning. Good morning.
Surviving security
Good morning.
Managed to
Okay, obviously we are 1 week away from Election Day, and I think everything gets framed around that. As all of the stories that we're dealing with collide. Presidential election, election for control of Congress, coronavirus, the politics of the pandemic, the Supreme Court in the middle of all of that, voting and early voting and voting rights. It all comes together. 7 days out, those are our stories. Let's start with David Callahan with the politics. Thank you.
Good morning, Jeff. Yep, 1 week to go, and I think the key today, the key driving story is two-pronged. It's the map and the message. And I'll start with the map because their campaign schedules today really do tell the story of their sort of strategic needs here as they build their paths to 270. And you see, after 3 stops in Pennsylvania yesterday, that Donald Trump is continuing to work those Great Lakes states in Michigan and Wisconsin today. And this is, you heard Joe Biden yesterday when he popped up to dip his toe in Pennsylvania and get on camera yesterday. He said, we really got to rebuild that blue wall, and Donald Trump is keenly aware of that. If indeed Biden is able to do that and flip back those states that went so narrowly to Donald Trump and delivered him the presidency, it really puts up a major roadblock to his ability to get reelected. So that's why you see him where he is yesterday, Pennsylvania, today, Michigan and Wisconsin, just so critical, and we'll see him again in these places, no doubt. It is also interesting, just the overlay. You noted the stories that sort of go together. I mean, look at the coronavirus case map as well. I mean, a place like Wisconsin, which is just, completely raging right now with the virus, is one of these critical states for him, and he'll find himself there today as he continues to deliver his, rounding the turn and COVID message. He's actually going to be in one of the, hotspots in the country. And then, of course, there's the interesting piece of his campaign schedule today when he ends his day, or his final event, I should say, is in the Omaha, Nebraska area. As you know, the electoral votes in Maine and Nebraska are awarded by congressional district, as well as according to the statewide winner. And so that single electoral vote that comes out of the 2nd congressional district in the Omaha area, Donald Trump won it 4 years ago. Some polling there has indicated it is leaning Biden's way, and Trump is there to try and win it back. I think it shows you, just how narrow his path is, that he has got to spend time a week out making a play for a single electoral vote. Now, obviously, it also helps him in Iowa because it's the same media market and right across the river in western Iowa. A lot of Republicans there try to drive up the vote in a critical Midwest state there in Iowa as well. But the fact that he's putting the plane down in Omaha and holding that rally there is indicative. And by the way, Jill Biden is fighting for the one in Maine today. She's in Bangor, the Democratic nominee's wife. So Jeff Zeleny is going to look at that. He'll be there tonight in Nebraska with Trump, and he'll put something together on just the quirkiness of those the single electoral vote. We also then have Biden in Georgia. No Democrats won it since 1992, and to think a week out that the Democratic nominee would be spending an entire day in Georgia when his wife and his running mate were also just there. Clearly, they are trying to see if they can actually flip it. All the polling there suggests it's really close. As you know, Georgia, Texas, Arizona have been a part of a decade-long Democratic project of looking at the demographic changes in the Sun Belt and how they could flip some of these red states blue as those demographic changes continued to accelerate. And Georgia now is where you find Joe Biden today, 1 week out from Election Day. It's kind of his attempt to expand the map and also an insurance policy in case that rebuilding of the Blue Wall project he talked about yesterday doesn't pan out. He wants to make sure he has some other options going. But it's also his message today in Georgia that I think is really a driving piece of today as well. I think we expect to hear from him in the 1 o'clock hour for about 25 minutes. Obviously, in Warm Springs, he's going to evoke FDR and that whole notion of a country unifying for a singular purpose of trying to overcome a great challenge. And we heard some of these themes when he was using the Lincoln imagery in Gettysburg a few weeks back, and today he's doing it in Warm Springs. It also is not so far afield, obviously, from how Joe Biden started this race a year and a half ago with the message of a battle for the soul of the nation, and obviously that was pre-pandemic and pre-economic slide. But here you have him trying to deliver that unity message as his closing message a week out. We also will see First Lady Melania Trump for her first solo campaign event of the entire campaign 1 week out. That is a late entrance for somebody as high-profile a surrogate as the First Lady has been utilized in previous administrations. But 1 week out, she's in Pennsylvania today making her debut trip, and Kate Bennett is all over that. Just a couple other things to note. We have Sarah Murray in Pennsylvania today. She's been looking at all the early voting that's going on in a state that really has had no history of early voting before, and that status of a critical, perhaps tipping point state. Bill Weir is up in Wisconsin today. These are part of our battleground state reporters now that have deployed in advance of the election in the most critical states. We have Dana Bash's piece looking at the youth vote explosion today. You've seen it in the early vote, and we saw some of this in 2018, and the perennial question about youth voters, like, will they show up? Well, they're showing up in the early vote right now, and could they be a difference maker in some critical states? Dana takes a look at that. Alex Marquardt's going to take a look at the policy differences between Trump and Biden on foreign policy today, and Tom Foreman is going to take a look at some of the most well-known promises from the 2016 campaign trail that Donald Trump made day in and day out at his rallies, whether it's building the wall and having Mexico pay for it, or draining the swamp, ending NAFTA, whatever his sort of most high-profile promises were, getting rid of Obamacare and replacing it, and the status of those things, sort of a report card on those high.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning. Good morning. Okay, to obviously state the obvious, we are in the last full week before the election and the 10 most important days of the year for CNN as we approach the two biggest stories of our time.
What's your problem?
The 2020 election and the continuing unfolding coronavirus that has overtaken the country once again. Obviously, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out the exceptional interview that Jake, the exceptional show that Jake had yesterday on State of the Union, especially his interview with Mark Meadows, which I think was one for the ages. I do want to say that I think we have two stories this week. They clearly intersect, which is the election, both for the White House and the control of the Senate, and the pandemic and the politics of the pandemic. I think they all are related. Clearly, this election, as we head into this final full week, will be remembered as the coronavirus election, and I think that we need to portray it as such. I do think that we need to be focused on what are the strategies for this final week, and what does that tell us about where both campaigns see the state of the race? What do the record early voting levels tell us about the state of the race, which has obviously, in large part, not changed much since early summer, and all at a time when COVID has once again hit the White House through the Vice President's office and state-run TV at Fox. The White House trying to insist this morning, trying to contain Meadows' comment that they're giving up trying to contain the virus. So there's an enormous amount going on. That's the way I see this week. This is it. These are the 10 days that we will be remembered by for our coverage this year. So this is the most important time.
Tamara, I've been trying to reach you ever since they took me. I know you're looking. We're looking, and I know you'll find me eventually, but I don't know how to make it any easier. Don't think I can get on the net. I should have listened when you taught me how, but now I fucked myself. Honestly, I don't even think you'll recognize me if you saw me. I know I don't. Should just stick a barrel down my throat and be done with it. I'm such a fucking monster. Fuck me. Genge taking me back. Not without a bag over my head. I got these like tractor hands and ugly ass sin red eyes. All I can think of now is your tunes of poison you to me, telling you not to get with a Valentino. That he'll leave you for someone else. Oh my god, it's the guy who was lost. But couldn't be more wrong. It's driving me loco. I feel like my head's gonna explode in a million pieces. Pressure reloading.
with politics and David Chalice.
Good morning, Jeff. I'll try not to be too repetitive of some of the things you said, but I think you've captured exactly where we are. I'll start with that Jake interview with Mark Meadows when the chief of staff just basically gave it away and in plain words revealed the reality that we've all been seeing here, which is that they're not even attempting to contain the virus. You saw the Biden statement immediately responding to it, calling a stunning admission.
Why would they want to contain the virus? It can't be contained.
The white flag of surrender.
Also, it's up to the governments to do it. What the fuck?
Waving a white flag along with his white mask in response to that. It's, as you also noted, the Pence team with COVID, sort of a second round of an outbreak at the White House, which is both simultaneously completely nuts and not at all surprising given how they have been behaving. But it does, these two things together set the context of these final 8 days of this campaign. And there is no way around the fact that this is the coronavirus election. It has been ever since the pandemic arrived, and it's never really changed from that, because it is the issue that millions upon millions of Americans are dealing with, and it nearly touches everyone's life. That you noted the voting as well, and I do want to just note, as we see now, some 60 million people voting and surpassing early vote from 2016, with still, yesterday when we surpassed it, it was still 9 days to go into the election. We have millions and millions more people that are going to be voting early in these next several days this week, through the weekend, just racking up on top of already a record-setting early vote. Now, you said, what does it mean? We don't know a ton. We know what it means It means there's real interest in casting a ballot in this election. We know that it's an engaged electorate. People are coming out to express their vote, and we do know that Democrats have expressed time and time again this fall that they are more likely to vote early and absentee by mail than are Republicans, and that Republicans and Trump supporters are much more inclined to vote on election day. And we don't know what that election day piece of the puzzle is yet, so we just don't have a complete picture, and we should be careful about that. But what we do know is record-setting numbers for Americans going to the polls and voting early, and it is just astonishing. We also saw we're seeing a youth vote explosion, which Adam Levy sent a note around this weekend for folks. Across the board, we see young people, 18 to 29, increasing their share of the overall early vote compared to this point 4 years ago across every critical state, and conversely, a decrease in share among seniors in some of these places, again, as a share of the overall vote. But looking at that youth vote explosion is really interesting. We will also, speaking of the coronavirus campaign, Jeff, have Jeff Zeleny with a piece tonight from Battleground, North Carolina, looking at the ground game in the COVID era and in these final 8 days, getting out the vote and how each side is dealing with that. He's come across Biden organizers who are back on the streets and knocking on doors for the first time since February, and they're in gloves and masks, trying to reach the people they haven't been able to reach by text and phone, while the Trump team continues to use his strategically placed rallies in key geographic regions in these battleground states, where they use these rallies as an organizing tool to turn out voters. And of course, their door knocking has never stopped. So he caught up with organizers pounding the pavement on both sides in this moment of where both sides just completely focus on getting every vote out that they can. With that, we see Donald Trump ramping up his schedule. He's doing 3 rallies across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania today. So we will see him 3 times in that one critical state to his path to re-election. In terms of other campaign trail activity, Mike Pence is in Minnesota today, despite his close contact and potential exposure. We know he's tested negative on Saturday and Sunday, but he will be out on the campaign trail in Minnesota. Joe Biden is off the campaign trail today in Delaware. If he adds anything to his schedule, we'll be sure to let folks know. And Kamala Harris will be on The View this morning, and then she'll cast her vote against Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation to the Supreme Court. You saw the aftermath of the president's walkout on that 60 Minutes interview, and then Kayleigh McEnany bringing in the healthcare policies book, which 60 Minutes said was a bunch of just executive orders, and clearly not the policy plans to replace Obamacare. As we know, no such plan exists. But it's just interesting to see her do that as we also get Barack Obama's, Donald Trump's predecessor, first excerpt of his book, his soon-to-be published book. It's in the New Yorker today with a look back at that battle for Obamacare, the legislative battle 2009 and 10. So that excerpt is out there today. You saw Obama obviously on the trail this weekend poking fun at the president that Leslie Stahl in 60 Minutes is too tough for him. If that's the case, then you're not so tough at all, was Obama's message over the weekend in Florida, where he will be back at it again tomorrow, and Joe Biden later this week. So obviously all eyes on Florida as well. I know Christina, unless she's been up on our air with this, and you see in the Wall Street Journal today this whole notion about sort of business and Wall Street being okay with Biden, which is, not necessarily usually the norm that we see in presidential politics, but it could be a good discussion, especially when paired with the fact that, just like healthcare, there is no second-term economic policy agenda being offered by the president of what he would do economically in a second term either. So it just could be overall a good economic conversation. You saw that Donald Trump on his Twitter feed this morning, as well as his campaign last night, jumping on that Biden virtual event moment when he accidentally seemed to forget Donald Trump's name, called him George at that event last night, and you see how Donald Trump is jumping on that and trying to once again call into question the former vice president's mental acuity. As you noted, Jeff, it wasn't just the Incredible Meadows interview. There was news throughout Jake's whole show, and I do think it's worth looking at what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez told him. I thought it was a sort of a perfect example of how divides in the Democratic Party are just being completely papered over right now by a hunger to defeat Trump no matter what. And so here you have this representative of that left progressive wing in the party who has clear disagreements with Biden on fracking and other things, and when Jake was pressing her on that, her answer was, it'll be a privilege to lobby a President Biden to come more in our direction, meaning the progressive direction, but that is something defeating Donald Trump has to come first. And so it just, to me, was another perfect example of both sort of what lies beneath inside the Democratic Party should Joe Biden get elected and what awaits him, but also just how much the party has really put any internal divisions on hold in order to keep all the focus on defeating Donald Trump. So that may be worthy of some conversation today as well. And I think that is where we start, Jeff.
I totally agree with you about that AOC interview. Okay, excuse me. All right, so David, I think you laid it out really well for us. Let's move to Washington, and then we'll combine and open it up for thoughts on politics and the election in Washington.
Okay, so just to fill in a little bit on what David said, so obviously this outbreak over the weekend in the Pence office, as Meadows was saying to Jake, at least 5 people testing positive. Clearly Meadows and Pence tried to hide the fact that these people had tested positive, knowing that they tested several days ago. And then we have the prospect of today, where Pence is headed to Capitol Hill to preside over the Barrett vote. Schumer saying there's absolutely no reason for him to be there, and that this is mirroring the carelessness this administration is exhibiting. president talking this weekend about how this is all made up. All the press wants to talk about is COVID, COVID, COVID. And then to note also on the stimulus bill on Capitol Hill, the Senate is going to recess after this Barrett vote. So it's clear that that is not going to happen. On the early voting, on Sunday, as David said, it passed the 2016 early voting numbers, these huge numbers of both total numbers and youth numbers. Just to note that today we have correspondents in all these key battleground states now, just to tick through this. Diane Gallagher's in North Carolina, Bill Weir's in Wisconsin, McGill's in Michigan, Sarah Murray's in Pennsylvania, Young's in Arizona, and Drew's in Florida. So where they will remain until we have a president. And then obviously we have Kristen and Pam in Washington handling the rest. The other big event today, obviously for Washington, is the vote on the new Supreme Court nominee. We expect that between 7 and 8 tonight, and then there's expected to be a 9 o'clock event at the White House where her nomination obviously was the site of the last super spreader event. And just to note where all these stories are coming together, the first test of her how she's going to handle these election votes could be Pennsylvania has asked SCOTUS to block this extension of ballots, and so we'll see whether or not she votes, and if so, how she does. And I think that's really the big stuff out of here today.
Okay, so I do think that the Supreme Court story will become a story later today. It's unclear. I think if Pence is going to go to the Senate, Meadows threw a little doubt on that in his scrum at the White House this morning. But I think we need to. That is part of the Supreme Court coronavirus election story, because clearly they want to turn this vote and ceremony into an election week victory lap for themselves. And and I think we should watch Pence to Capitol Hill, as well as why Barrett would allow herself to be used for this ceremony at the White House rather than just do it in a private ceremony at the court, given what happened the last time she was at the White House. So I do think tonight, in prime, that Supreme Court story is going to be something we should keep an eye on. Okay, let's open it up, please, for thoughts on politics, election, Trump, Biden, Supreme Court, any aspects of it.
Jeff, the White House and the Vice President's office are trying to use this term essential worker as a cover for why he continues to operate, which is a complete abuse of the term essential worker. An essential worker can continue to operate under the CDC guidelines for doing essential work, but the CDC does not say anywhere that campaigning is essential work. So it's a preposterous excuse for him to not follow the 14-day quarantine rule that everybody else should follow, simply because he's involved with the coronavirus task force in another part of his responsibility.
And should clearly be quarantining, and we should be saying so. Other thoughts?
There's a senator from Georgia who has staffers who tested positive in the last few days, Kelly Loeffler, and she should be quarantining as well, but of course she refuses to disclose any information about whether she had any close contact with these staffers. I mean, people are being completely irresponsible just to get this vote through, and I don't know if there are others out there, but it's crazy.
Yeah, Janita, you're raising a good point. It's not just Pence. Loeffler has refused to reveal the exposure details with those infected staffers. Is still going to the Senate tonight, and that should be called out too. So you raised a really, really important point there.
Sorry.
Other thoughts? Anybody else on any of this? Okay, so before we go, go ahead, Mike.
Sorry. I just want to re-emphasize what you said about the ceremony tonight at approximately 9 or whatever, the swearing in of Amy Coney Barrett. I do think it's worth it today to go back and do the sort of the cool graphics that show the people sitting in the crowd at the previous White House event for her and who got COVID, and just sort of run through all that again in the lead up to that thing tonight. Because as you say, it's totally irresponsible in the wake of that previous event and how it, I mean, we don't know for sure exactly where the president picked up COVID, but it's possible that he picked it up at that event. It's also possible he was the spreader at that event. We don't know, obviously, right? But the fact is that she came onto the scene as the new nominee at a super spreader event. We have all the Fauci sound about it and everything else. And now tonight, instead of just saying, I'll just go to a room where John Roberts is 20 feet from me and I get sworn in and I'm in, and, you know, this is her moment, but why not do it like that to just show some restraint and responsibility, instead agreeing to go to the White House? Obviously Trump is very insistent, I'm sure, because he wants the picture, he wants the show. It's all part of the reality show. This is episode whatever 1422 that we're on of his show. But I think we should take a look at all of that and just rehash it to make sure people remember, as we've come full circle now on her and her getting it tonight.
I totally agree. There's no reason she's going to have the job. She could reassure the country that she's going to be independent of Trump by declining to go to that ceremony. So I think this is a really good story tonight.
You need to clip his data shard.
Other thoughts?
Everything. More on our comrade and the gig and the attachment.
By the way, we didn't talk about this, but I just want to point out John Avlon's reality check today that brought up something that David Vigilante has been highlighting, which is that the hypocrisy of Republicans talking about expanding the Supreme Court have done so at the state level on multiple occasions in recent years and expanded state Supreme Courts. And John pointed that out, and I think was really important. So again, just to recap on this last full week before the election, not with the coronavirus election here, what does the campaigning say? Biden not out on the campaign trail today. Trump with multiple appearances. What do their stops tell us about their strategy, or not campaigning? Tell us about their strategy. What does the record-breaking early vote tell us? I know David Chalian told us that we don't know what it tells us. Okay, that's fine. With long lines everywhere, the youth vote exploding. What are the 8 states that are going to decide this election? I think that's where we should be focused, not on any national numbers. What are the Senate races that will determine the balance of power in the Senate? With Trump admitting privately that it's going to be hard to keep the Senate. So all of that, coupled with the Supreme Court tonight, and all of that against the backdrop of a raging pandemic that has hit the White House and state-run TV. So let's move to COVID and Matthew.
Okay, so worst week yet for the numbers. The 7-day average of new daily cases in the U.S. is now at its highest point ever. So clearly a heck of a time to signal surrender. Over 8.6 million total cases and 225,000 deaths in the U.S. now. Yesterday's number, 60,000, was the highest Sunday since July, coming off, of course, the number 1 and number 2 top days in history, Friday and Saturday. Hospitalizations are also back up at the peak and causing big issues. Hospitals and ICUs in particular stretched to capacity in places like El Paso, Texas, which issued a broad curfew because of that problem. And in Utah, where the head of the Hospital Association predicts in interviews that hospitals there will soon start rationing care in a week or so, and that a plan has been presented to the governor. Hospitals are also bracing for things to get even worse as the flu season ramps up. Key voices ramping up talk for a wider mask mandate with all of the evidence that's come out and all the evidence we've already had. Gottlieb's op-ed in the Journal, limited and temporary national mask mandate is in order, and Fauci's language shifting in recent days on our air and elsewhere from mandate don't work to if people are not wearing masks, then maybe we should be mandating.
Looking around at the map, 37 states headed in the wrong direction, not one of them trending down in week-to-week cases. And then when it comes to deaths, trending up in 32 states as well. Looking around at the trail, in Pennsylvania, where Trump holds those 3 rallies today, Pennsylvania's had its highest daily case average of the entire pandemic. The increase even steeper in the week since Trump was last in the state. We continue to track the rallies and their aftermath. Minnesota, where Pence makes that visit today, also at its highest, way above the spring and summer. Hard-hit Wisconsin is the steepest increase, the reddest red on the map, up 100% from week to week in new cases. This weekend, of course, saw a Trump rally there and the return of Big Ten football in Wisconsin. Adrian brought us in Chicago on the Midwest trends. There's Texas, which is experiencing hospital numbers not seen since August. I mentioned El Paso briefly. HHS surging more resources there. The city asking residents to stay home for 2 weeks, but encouraging them to exercise their right to vote. Ed Lavandera, available in Dallas, can also talk about the Utah concern I mentioned earlier. California, also one of the highest increases on the map, and it's seen a sharp spike in recent days after weeks and weeks of flattening numbers. And Stephanie Elam's in LA. And just noting that today marks exactly 1 month since Florida basically ditched all restrictions. And in that 1 month, the average daily case number in Florida is up 35%, with the governor making it clear that new restrictions on businesses or schools are off the table for the foreseeable future. In terms of the health front today, despite all the focus and hope on vaccines, the experts agree we're months away from being able to rely on a vaccine plan to tackle this. Gottlieb saying it's unrealistic to think a vaccine will be widely available until the second quarter of next year. And of course, widely available doesn't mean everyone's already gotten it. Gottlieb calling the warp speed prediction that everyone is immunized by June aggressive. Sanjay, in his latest piece looking at misconceptions of COVID, deals with this notion of how long it would take for things actually to return to normal even after a vaccine. And of course, this increasing concern about the so-called twindemic, the mixture of flu season getting into full swing and COVID, and highlighting this. Elizabeth Cohen reporting from the weekend. We checked in with hundreds of pharmacies. Most have not acted on this administration new plan, allowing pharmacies to give kids flu shots. Seems like it was a poor rollout, and we've got Elizabeth and Jacqueline Howard available through the day, and Sanjay available for DC and Prime. On the schools front, Bianca Goladriga available. It's a story of scattered but not catastrophic problems across the country. For example, the latest, a whole middle school near Phoenix required to quarantine. And the wrap piece today, Erica Hill, the 3, 5, 7, and 9. And that is COVID.
Thank you, Matthew. Thoughts on COVID?
Hi there, it's Elam calling. I just wanted to point out that California has had a backlog of cases because of Los Angeles County for several days here, and that's why the number's so high. To make that point, take a look at the positivity rate in California. It's still under 3%. Thanks.
Thank you, Steph. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that maybe, given what we saw with the Vice President's office, possibly you haven't confirmed it, I guess, with Fox, but a cataloging of all the prominent conservatives and elected officials who've gotten COVID and their staff vis-a-vis those on the liberal or Democratic side, given how there has been different messaging between both sides, and it might be interesting to see how that shakes down. I mean, just based on my gut level, it's overwhelmingly, 2 or 3 or 4 times as much, and it points out one side's taking it seriously and the other side not so seriously, and maybe there's a kind of a graphic presentation that could point that out. But I think in Congress, even so, it was much more red than blue, and this might be a good time to combine the 2 stories, COVID and politics, that way.
Yeah, we're only on for 24 hours a day today, Rick. I don't know if we can get through all that. Yes, you're right. I agree. Other thoughts? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's David. And this isn't COVID related, but I mean, what I think might be interesting is talk to some of our political consultants, and you said we're focusing on 8 states. Just as a thought exercise, how would the geography of the last week of the campaign look if the candidates were trying to get the most votes? Because that's always the argument about the Electoral College. Well, it disadvantages smaller states. But most of the places they're focusing on are pretty big states. And what would be different if they're trying to run up the score in Texas or California or something like that? Maybe as a digital piece.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I do want to, obviously, Matthew took us through all the headlines. Obviously, we've got the big picture of the, U.S. average of new cases now at the highest point of this pandemic, with the White House raising the white flag and surrendering. And I do think that taking the big picture, there are a lot of elements to this, with Gottlieb and Fauci both saying that it may be time for a temporary national mask mandate. I think that's a really good story. I think, as Matthew pointed out, El Paso imposing this curfew as the ICU beds hit capacity, very important story. Utah set the ration care because of overflowing ICUs, making some very difficult life and death decisions. Very good story. You have the Illinois public health official who broke down in tears while announcing the daily death numbers. Very good story. You've got the entire Arizona middle school quarantine. You've got the Fox host quarantine after being exposed on the private jet. And we've got Monopoly game board sales soaring because families are bored. I think all of these are really good stories related to COVID. Matthew, you want to take us through the rest of domestic, please?
Sure thing. This latest Gulf hurricane threat, yet again, the Louisiana coast preparing for a hurricane, and this one obviously wrapped in the time of early voting and a COVID record surge, and of course the recovery from the last couple of hurricanes. Zeta expected to become hurricane strength later today, hit the Yucatan tonight, and then threaten the Gulf Coast on Wednesday, probably as a Cat 1. And the Weather Center folks can handle that. Also noting dangerous fire weather in California. PG&E having to do safety shutoffs, could be over 300,000 people. Extreme fire danger there. And also, as we get early season snow and ice from the southwest to the Midwest, so just a total trifecta of weather. Just a couple of things we're watching today from the policing beat and the racing beat, the race beat. In Georgia, a couple dozen attorneys getting together. They're all suing the city of Atlanta on behalf of a whole bunch of victims of police brutality, talking for the first time, demanding changes in the way the city handles this. Ryan Young is covering this. And the policing team also working on a story about Columbus, Ohio, where a police officer and 2 former officers are alleging a widespread culture of racism. The city council is set to vote tonight on whether to settle one of the lawsuits with one of them for $500,000. And we'll keep an eye on that for digital and if there's TV interest. And that's it.
Great. Thank you, Matthew. International.
Hey, Jeff. Good morning. So Europe's struggling with their COVID spike. More countries considering lockdowns, restrictions. That's the bigger picture. Ben Wiedemann is live from Italy this morning looking at the second wave. The country hit another high, and the Prime Minister just announced the strongest restrictions the country has seen since May. Ben also has a package where he visits an ICU ward where staff tell him the worst is yet to come. France reported over 50,000 new cases on Sunday, but more worrying is a government medical advisor saying this morning the real number is likely closer to 100,000 new COVID cases per day. Melissa Bell has those lines. She can also weave in other headlines like Austria, Hungary, Belgium, Netherlands, breaking daily case records, the leaders of Bulgaria and Poland testing positive over the weekend, and Spain's new state of emergency.
What's all this about?
Nina Dos Santos is in Wales, which is in a strict 2-week lockdown. It's It's the strictest lockdown in the UK. It's getting a mixed response. And then Israel, seeing relative success since their lockdown, they're set to reopen primary schools as COVID numbers improve. And Oren is live and he has a package. We also have reporting out of Asia in Melbourne, the epicenter of Australia's recent outbreak. They're now moving out of lockdown this weekend after no new cases since June, when officials had earlier declared in that area they were in a state of disaster. So Christy Lustout has that report. In New Zealand, we're hearing that live music performances are back. We're going to have more on that later in the week, but I just wanted to mark it. And then China is testing again an entire city after just one asymptomatic case. So again, it shows how they're trying to be aggressive with testing and contact tracing to keep things under control. And Stephen Zhang has that report. So those are our COVID lines. Did you want me to do the other news?
Sure, yeah, go ahead, Penny.
Okay, just two other stories I wanted to mention. Tensions between Turkey and France ramped up this weekend after Erdogan criticized France's crackdown on Islamic extremism in reaction to the beheading of the teacher. Erdogan also attacked Macron's mental state. France has now recalled its ambassador to Ankara and is pushing back against this talk of a boycott on French products in Middle Eastern countries. It's turning into a wider international dispute. It's the latest confrontation between the two leaders. So we've got that story covered from all sides. We've got Arwa Damon in Istanbul and Melissa Bell in France to give us context on that story. We're also keeping a very close eye on Nigeria. We've been on that story for a while now. It continues to, there continue to be tensions in the streets. We saw looting and unrest over the weekend. Things slightly quieter today, but Eleni Chiokos is on standby, and the Lagos governor is booked on Becky's show today. So that's where we start.
Great, thank you. I don't think they're going to make CNN U.S. television today, though they are in the CNNI shows overnight. But the story that's going on between France and Turkey and what's happening in Nigeria, really important. Italy's lockdown. I know Ben Wiedemann is in the ICUs. Really important story. There's a lot of good storylines going on internationally that I know CNNI is on. Business.
Jeff, good morning. Futures tumbling this morning. The Dow Jones opening down about 325 points. This is all on those surging coronavirus cases that Matthew laid out. Also, no progress in stimulus over the weekend. Both sides moving the goalposts, blaming each other, name-calling, signaling that no vote before Election Day is possible. CNBC moments ago, Larry Kudlow saying that talks have slowed down but not ending. He said there were important policy issues that separate both sides. So Christine Roman is up and available on that, and Allison Cossack is available from the New York Stock Exchange on investor sentiment. Of course, as David mentioned, Christina Alessi available on how Wall Street and investors clearly starting to recalibrate and associate a Biden win with certainty. So we're monitoring that as well. Also wanted to highlight Vanessa Yurkevich, fantastic piece on the Trump administration attacking Joe Biden over fracking. Clearly using this as a wedge issue for those white working class voters. And because of the coronavirus and drop in energy prices, the fracking and oil and gas industry already facing major headwinds. She spoke to some of them and is available. Pete Martine's been excellent on the complete meltdown in the airline industry, and clearly with no stimulus on the horizon, this is going to get worse. Over the weekend, he got his hands on a memo from Delta Airlines CEO Ed Bastian saying that the airline has banned more than 400 people from flying for not following the airline's mask policy. And of course, as we have mentioned, Bastian has repeatedly called on DC for that mandate that we just mentioned on mask wearing. And on an earnings call last week, he said that Delta is going to continue to block that middle seat well into next year. Pete Martine is available on all of those threads. As we near Election Day, the president continuing to zero in on the media, especially this morning, where he called the media losers and saying that the coverage of the coronavirus is a conspiracy to help Joe Biden. On Saturday at a North Carolina rally, Trump claiming that the media would no longer report on the pandemic after Election Day. This happening as New Hampshire union leader, a conservative-leaning newspaper, has endorsed Democratic candidate Joe Biden for president, despite its century-long history of backing Republicans. Brian, Oliver, and the media team are all over those threads, and that's where we begin.
Thank you, Richard. Before we move to digital, does anybody have anything else they want to raise?
Just to note that just tested negative again.
Right, which I think is important to report, John. There is. Yep, good. Thank you. Anybody else? Digital.
Hey, we have 30 million uniques all the way back on Friday and about 23 million each on Saturday and Sunday. Some of the biggest hits from the weekend were a Kevin Liptak on Trump returning to a much-changed Mar-a-Lago. It's a great piece with a lot of color. Bill Weir with how the debate on climate ricocheted from planet Earth to planet Trump. The multi-state listeria outbreak was a big interest story. And John Harwood's excellent piece on why Trump could face a Jimmy Carter scenario. And then, of course, Mark Meadows' comments to Jake. The story and the video is, of course, doing well. The other video that's hugely popular this morning, once again, is the Road to 270 latest. So this morning, it's Collinson in the #1 spot, about 16,000 concurrents on the White House admission on the pandemic is overshadowing Trump's last push. So it brings right there those two massive stories together in one super smart piece, weaves in the Meadows comments, so audiences are here for it. Nice Monday start. The fact check on Trump making at least 16 false or misleading claims to 60 Minutes. What is NFAC, in fact, the all-black group that is arming itself and demanding change, from Nicole Chavez, Ryan Young, and Angela Barhajas. And then the U.S. virus cases hitting the highest 7-day average so far, with those two highest single days of new cases on Friday and Sunday. That's our main bar on COVID, plus the DLE on COVID rounds out our top 5. So we're very newsy this morning. Harry is keeping his streak going on these really sharp weekend pieces that transition well into Monday. There's two that are worth shouting out. One is how Biden has more paths to 270 than Trump does, and just walks you through it with the map. And then with 8 days to go, Biden's lead over Trump is holding, while Clinton's was collapsing at this point. So we've been talking a lot about road to 270, road to 270. We're going to stay on that. The historical comparisons are so important, and they help to orient audiences too. So the 2016 comparisons in that Harry piece, even Harwood with the Carter comparisons. I mean, it's really great to look at what history can teach us. Black Americans are flocking to the polls. There are more than 600,000 Black Americans who have voted early in Georgia. That compares with about 285,000 this time in 2016. So again, with the historical comparisons, that's a really strong piece from Faith Karimi, and leads with kind of personal anecdotes on what's driving so many blacks to vote, and then it weaves into data. So it's really good. A video explainer on here's how to spot misinformation online, and a reminder that we have our running live blog at cnn.com/misinformation, where we are watching and reporting every single piece of misinformation and every single piece of news we get around it. So that's obviously important to stay on always, but especially with 8 days to go. Two strong pieces from Hong Kong. James Griffith on whether Trump or Biden wins, Beijing will be hoping to reset the U.S.-China relationship. And then Jill Dices on Trump promised to win the trade war with China, and he failed. And then lastly, just a terrific op-ed rundown today, but I want to call out one in particular from our own Tom Goldstone with the headline, "What I Want to Tell Jeff Bridges About Lymphoma." It's personal and hopeful, so thank you, Tom, for that. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much. John.
So we're framing the tops of all the shows with just where the numbers are going, and how we're quickly approaching 100,000 cases a day at this current rate. Through a combination of Elizabeth Cohen, John King is building out some magic walls to really land on the maps and the trends of the hospitalization rates, all pointing in a very disturbing direction. And then we get to John Harwood and Caitlin Collins with all the news out of the White House. Pence's latest negative test, but still, he's still in that quarantine zone, but he's going to be out there anyway. We'll see him at 2 o'clock at a rally. And then Jeremy Diamond and Ryan Nobles on the campaign trail with Trump as he goes and hits different spots in Pennsylvania. He has an 11 a.m. rally and a rally during the 1 o'clock hour. We have Pence's former doctor, Jennifer Pena, as well as Tom Inglesby from Johns Hopkins, Dr. Seema Yasmin, to hit all the coronavirus threads, the politics of it, as well as Fauci and Gottlieb both now advocating a mask mandate. Lots to to cover in our domestic whips. Ed Lavandera about the big concerns in El Paso and the curfew there. Adrian Broadus on the Illinois health official breaking down the Fox News quarantines. Bianca Goladriga on the middle school outside Phoenix that's been required to quarantine. And Jim and Poppy next hour have a booking to flag. Dr. Robert Frank, he's the lead researcher of Pfizer behind the experimental vaccine that's now getting tested among 12-year-olds, the youngest group yet they've tested it on. We're also going for some Utah bookings later on with Brianna, as Utah and Salt Lake City continues to be one of the most concerning hotspots. The Ben Wiedemann inside the Italian ICU piece is getting more runs today. We have Melissa Bell in Paris and Oren Lieberman in Jerusalem to round out our international whips. All the voting phenomenon going to continue to stay on back. We have Kristen Holmes looking at nearly 60 million Americans that voted so far. Diane Gallagher specifically on the early vote lines in North Carolina. Jessica Dean's in Wilmington. Jessica Dean is in Wilmington. Biden is quiet tonight, but he does head to Florida and Georgia later this week. And the Vanessa Yurkovich fracking reporting she's going to get out, so we can land on that. Harry Hinton and John King with the path to 270, looking at the latest battleground polls and where the candidates are going as we really focus in on those key states. Mae Breston, Alex Burns, and Michael Scheer on what the campaign strategies tell us going into the final week. Also want to discuss the surge in young adults and African Americans in the early vote. We have the Wisconsin Attorney General booked on protecting the polling places in his state. Finally, Manu Raju and Joe Biskupic doing a walk-up hit to the Barrett vote tonight and all those questions that were raised earlier about that.
Okay, thank you, John. Washington.
Morning. We'll pick up at 3. Caitlin has our White House reporting both in the 3 and their package at 4. We'll get in Mark Meadows yesterday, of course. Jessica Dean on Biden. Erica Hill has our COVID wrap. It's the worst week yet. And then we got Sanjay, of course, at 4, and also other medical voices throughout. And we'll go to local hotspots with guests struggling to cope. Pence not quarantining, the national mask mandate idea, vaccines, and 12-year-olds. We'll get it all in. Elizabeth Cohen has a piece looking at the health care policy differences between the candidates. Pam Brown has our voting rights donut. And as we look at key states, Jeff Zeleny looks at North Carolina today. Amy Coney Barrett and the event tonight, and the stimulus logjam. We'll keep an eye on the Dow as well.
And in the Situation Room, we'll be going big on these 2 stories just 8 days out from what is the coronavirus election. The White House waving the white flag, not even attempting to contain the virus as a possible second wave is hitting. We'll be watching to see if Pence goes up to the Hill for the Barrett vote. Meadows now suggesting that may not happen. We'll be breaking down the strategies on both sides and what does it say. Trump with his 3 rallies in Pennsylvania, Biden off the trail. We'll get into the record-breaking early voting numbers, the surge in the youth vote, what the 8 states are that will determine the election, what are the Senate races that determine the balance of power. We have John King on tonight, so we'll get into all of that. We have the Pam Brown voting wrap piece. We also have the Attorney General of Pennsylvania booked. All of this is the U.S. is at the highest surge of the pandemic. Fauci and Gottlieb suggesting it may be time for a mask mandate. We'll get into what's going on in El Paso, Utah, and Illinois. We have Sanjay and our doctors in the Erica Hill wrap piece, as well as our international whip. And we'll be looking ahead to the Barrett vote tonight, and then that later event at the White House, and why it's going, why does she need to be there? That sort of.
Okay, great. Thank you, Emily. Does anybody have any other thoughts they want to offer? Okay, then let me wrap it up with some broad
Shouldn't you be putting
thoughts
up a cradle or
on
something?
this week as we approach this last full week before the election. As I said at the top,
Yo,
this
Rhino, I see you're
is
keeping
crucial time for the country and for us. The world is counting on CNN. Like never before these next 2 weeks, I want to make sure that we are delivering the most urgent news in the most error-free way, I want to make sure everybody understands. We're going to cover all the news, but on television, on the CNN U.S. network, it's the election and it's the pandemic and it's the politics of the pandemic that are going to dominate the coverage. We've talked about a lot of other stories, but those are our main storylines, and we don't need to apologize for that. That's where we are.
Yeah, I can get.
I do want to say that on the election story, it really is the road to 270. Let's not get caught up in national polls. Let's focus on the states that are going to decide this, both on the presidential side and the Senate side.
What?
Let's don't rely on guests just for the sake of guests. We have our reporters and our analysts, let's lean on David Chalian and John King and Harry Enton and Dana and Gloria and Abby and Nia and John Harwood and our White House reporters and our campaign reporters. Give them time. Don't ask them to come on for one question. Don't make them part of huge panels. Let's really tap into their expertise. I also want to say that the job that Pam Brown and Kristen Holmes have been doing on covering voting has been terrific. As has, of course, what Erica Hill and Nick Watt do every day on the COVID wraps. Those are all really, really important. This is our time. This is what people are coming to us for. Let's make sure that we are newsy and urgent. There's no reason to be anything but this week and next. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you. Take care.
Good. Keep the pressure till he breaks.
Here for a bunch of reasons. John is extremely interesting.
I can do this. I can do this.
Oh, well, hi there. I hope you had a Merry Christmas and got a heap of shit to clutter your house and got a little bit fatter, etc., etc. So I'm a little late to the party on this one, but it's too juicy not to talk about. Remember the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone set up by Antifa and Black Lives Matter in Seattle a few months ago? Well, it happened again. This time it was 3 blocks in Portland that they called the Red House Autonomous Zone. And it was all centered around, well, a red house. A shithole red house, whose occupants were recently evicted. But they weren't just any occupants, you see. They were occupants of colour. Now, I know some of you are going to be like, but Bearing, colour doesn't have a U in it. But here in the colonies, it fucking does, so fuck you, fuck off, you're wrong, and I'm right. So anyway, it all comes down to systemic racism, gentrification, capitalist tyranny, colonial oppression, just whatever fucking buzzword you want to throw in there. So in March Antifa to stick up for these poor oppressed individuals of colour, and as they're chasing the cops out of the area, they set up blockades and booby traps to prevent them from getting back in, simultaneously claiming the Red House Autonomous Zone. Apparently there were up to 500 people camped outside the house on one night. Now, I was going to go through a heap of news articles and shit to talk about this, but as I was putting them together the other week as all this went down, the Young Turks released a video on the matter. And Young Turks videos are usually a great jumping off point for these types of things, because they're usually hilarious, and they're usually wrong. So here's the Young Turks talking about the Red House Autonomous Zone, right after this sponsor. In 2000 and current year, it's really important to keep your body healthy all the time. Collagen may be the closest thing we'll ever get to the so-called fountain of youth, while also forming a wall of defense between your immune system and the rest of your body. A lot of health experts now agree that consuming collagen is crucial when it comes to renewing and revitalizing how you look and feel. The older you are, the more likely it's caught your attention, and for good reason. After all, collagen is the most abundant protein in your body and is essentially the glue that holds you together. In fact, after age 20, people produce about 12% less collagen in their skin each decade, and for some, it's an even greater decline. This means by the time you're middle-aged, you could be producing less than half of the collagen you did in your youth. Even worse, various lifestyle factors you may have been exposed to, like poor diet, smoking, pollution, stress, and excess sun exposure, can deplete your collagen levels even faster. So visit my page at healthwithbear.com and secure your supply of the only collagen on the market I trust. Link in the description.
So there's a story out of Portland. Cops in Portland clashed with protesters who were attempting to blockade a home where a black and indigenous family was recently evicted.
Whoa, wait. Did she just say black and indigenous? You mean they're of two colours? They're people of two colours? Well, this is definitely oppression.
So the home was then auctioned off to a real estate developer. It currently sits empty. And so the protesters had been occupying that home in an effort to make a point, a very valid point, about how this system is incredibly broken.
You know what? I bet she's about to make a very good point about how the system's incredibly broken. And you notice how she said the home was then auctioned off? Like as in after the Antifas came in, after the family of multiple colours were evicted? When exactly was the home auctioned off, Anna? And why was the home auctioned off, Anna?
And it leads to people essentially being evicted from their homes as a result of, not having the funds to, I don't know, defend family members from ridiculous allegations in court. So
people being evicted from their homes as a result of not having the funds to, I don't know, defend family members from ridiculous allegations in court. Anna, the people who owned this property took out a mortgage in the year 2000 in order to fund the legal defense of one of their family members who was involved in a hit and run. Hit and runs are illegal. They're bad, okay? What made the allegations against this guy ridiculous? Is it because they're of two colours?
The protest basically got crazy once police got involved because they wanted to board up the home.
What?
They blocked the streets and they tried to get these protesters out of that area.
Yeah, listen, I'm not fucking finished here. You do know that they don't have to mortgage out their house in order to defend their fuckwit relatives against hit and run allegations, right? I mean, you can if you want to, it's your property. But if you do choose to take a mortgage out on your property, then you have to pay that mortgage off. If you don't, then it will be foreclosed on and sold to someone else. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't have to be explaining this. Fuck.
The owner of the property, which is a real estate developer, where the eviction took place, issued a complaint that people were trespassing.
Yeah, if you own a property and somebody who is not you, or authorised by you, or renting off you, or contracted by you, is occupying the property, that's called trespassing. Anna.
Officers showed up at the location before dawn, arresting 7 people. Violence broke out between police and protesters in broad daylight near the home, with demonstrators hurling rocks at officers, spraying fire extinguishers, and damaging police cars. Now, the protesters were trying to reclaim this foreclosed home, and the story is so sad, and I know that there are so many Americans out there who have stories just like this.
Yeah, a lot of people lose their homes because they can't meet their mortgage, and that's really, really sad. But not many people get fucking Antifa to occupy their homes and then fuck with the cops when they're just trying to do their jobs.
So to give you a little bit of context, and then I want to hear your thoughts, John. The Hill reports that the house had belonged to the Kinney family since the 1950s. The Kinney family had actually paid off the home But then they ended up taking out a new mortgage to pay defense lawyers after a family member was arrested in 2000.
Yeah, so that's that hit and run we heard about earlier. Now, these people took out a mortgage on their house to help pay for the legal defence. And that's fine, that's their business. But if you're going to take out a mortgage, you kind of have to make the payments.
So that's when things really started to go downhill. The house went into foreclosure, they fell on hard times, and was sold to a developer at a 2018 auction. Activists said their presence at the site is an effort to reclaim the property for the family and save it from foreclosure.
Save it from foreclosure? It's already been foreclosed. That happened way back in 2018, then someone else purchased the property. So they've basically been squatting there ever since. They're squatters, Anna.
And, I wanted to get your thoughts, and then I'll show you how easily the protesters did away with the fences that the cops erected here.
Okay, well, that sounds pretty good, so I'll keep it short. But yeah,
I can't fucking stand this guy.
You know, I almost feel like one of the big failures of the media and maybe progressives over the past year is not successfully getting through to people about how much chaos there's going to be as a wake of the newest wave of evictions. This is obviously a great reminder that this is not new. I mean, we've covered on 2IT for literally years some of the conflicts like this. It's an added layer of, I don't know, irony or what, that like the house had to have the new mortgage as a result of these same sorts of issues. That it almost seems like too perfect.
What the fuck are you talking about? What same sorts of issues? Some cunt did a hit and run 20 years ago and their family took out a mortgage on their home to pay for his legal defense. They didn't have to take out the mortgage. He didn't have to do the hit and run. What are you saying, that it's some sort of injustice that you've got to come up with a legal defense when you commit a fucking crime?
But we are still facing, I mean, countless hundreds of thousands or millions of evictions that could be coming up in the near future. And it's not even that, like with coronavirus or like with unemployment, the current solutions being debated are inadequate. They're not being debated. It's not a part of the conversation. And this is a case study of one instance of, a neighborhood fighting back. But we're going to be flooded by this.
This is just drivel. This doesn't have anything to do with coronavirus. The cops came to get some squatters out of a property. Simple. But a bunch of communists in tight black jeans started a riot because the squatters happened to be of colour.
You think the banks care about, you think the banks want policies that prevent these evictions? And I apologize, John, I interrupted you, and I hate when that happens to me.
He needed to be interrupted. He was talking out of his ass. And yes, the banks care about doing business, and they're in the business of lending money. They'd prefer not to foreclose on bad mortgages. They'd much rather see the mortgage out, as agreed.
This is just a topic that, drives me crazy. Because, remember, don't let a good crisis go to waste. This turns into opportunities, right? For these real estate developers, they love this.
Oh, not the big bad real estate developers. Anna is such a disingenuous schmuck. So it turns out the real estate developer who owns the property is a 32-year-old bloke with a wife and kids. He paid $260,000 for the house at auction in 2018, and he obviously hasn't had any kind of return or use of the property since then. Now, out of concern for his family's safety, he's offered to sell the house back to the Kinney family at cost. He just wants his $260,000 back, and he'll eat all the legal fees and taxes it's cost him. That's a pretty generous deal. And not only that, there's a GoFundMe set up for the Kinney family to buy the property back. It's currently at $315,000. That's the house back free and clear of any debt, and a $55,000 bonus on top. All for not paying their fucking mortgage. Not bad. Anyway, I'm out of here. I can't stand these motherfuckers. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again soon.
Republican Senator Josh Hawley. Republican Senator Josh Hawley has announced he will be objecting to the Electoral College vote count on January 6th in Washington, D.C., giving us pretty close to clear confirmation that there will be a contested result, an objection in the joint session of Congress, and it likely will not lead to anything. In order for there to be a change, both chambers would have to agree. Now, there's also a lawsuit filed against other Republicans against Mike Pence, arguing that he has the right to choose which envelopes to open and count, and because Republican electoral candidates did cast procedural votes, he can choose to count them instead. Now, Hawley is saying that there are irregularities in certain states, and they should be discussed and debated. As for this lawsuit, they're arguing that the state legislatures are the ones who have ultimately chosen this new slate, and Pence should actually count them. Well, the problem with that Mike Pence lawsuit part is that the alternate electors they claim are coming in are not certified by anybody. Certainly, there have been many state legislatures who have said these are the official electors, but it's not been through a legislative session. There's not been a majority of the state's legislature voting for these electors, and thus Mike Pence probably will do nothing. More importantly, however, it appears that Mike Pence has actually rejected the calls from Republicans to actually stand up and count votes for Donald Trump. My friends, based on what we are seeing with Trump's latest actions pertaining to, say, the omnibus bill, based on what we're seeing now with Mike Pence saying no to this lawsuit, even with the objection of Senator Hawley, I do not expect anything to change in the Electoral College. Now, it's really funny. I say that, and I know there's already people on the right saying, well, Tim makes bad predictions, therefore he's probably going to be wrong. And what happens when I'm right? The left will clearly ignore it as well, because I've been saying the entire time, I don't see Trump's legal challenges working, as they've progressed, to be honest. And I've said that I believe 99.9% it is going to be a Biden presidency. Now, okay, maybe something happens and Kamala Harris becomes president. That's something many people have said, but I don't see this progressing at all. In fact, many other pundits have said Josh Hawley is certainly going to stand up for the millions of voters who demand there be an objection, but it's fruitless. It's an easy thing to do. Not the easiest, because he's certainly getting attacked. Hawley's getting ripped apart by many leftists and media for doing this. In fact, in what may be one of the weirdest bits of criticism, Walmart's official Twitter account tweeted at Hawley calling him a sore loser. Yeah, okay, some social media intern forgot to switch their accounts, but that actually happened. I mean, the political tensions are real. So, will it go down in the joint session of Congress? This big battle to change the results? Probably not. But what about on the streets? You see, there's fears that there's going to be widespread violence on January 6th in Washington, D.C., and now 2 different venues have shut down, saying they will not be open on these days. Many people, even a former Trump administration official, says they fear there will be violence. Trump has called for people to show up. It's going to be wild, they say, and you know what? Probably will. It probably will get wild. But we'll see, It's hard to know for sure. Maybe it's just going to be a peaceful rally and occupation. Or maybe when Josh Hawley goes in there and gives his objection and they debate, the debate comes back that Joe Biden's going to win, people snap off. Or more importantly, what happens if, John, on January 5th, the results come in? Democrats have won in Georgia and will now have control of all branches of government, assuming they pack the Supreme Court. And Trump supporters are geared up, ready to go in D.C. I mean, they're going to get really angry. It's hard to believe that Trump supporters would actually engage in this kind of behavior. I mean, if you read nothing but the mainstream media, you probably believe it. But Trump supporters don't go out and do this. I think they're going to rally, wave little American flags. And to be honest, I think that will mostly be the end of it. But who knows? Let's read the story and see why Josh Hawley is objecting. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com/donate if you would like to support my work. There are many ways you can give. Got a P.O. box if you want to send me some stuff. But the best thing you can do is share this video. Helps grow the channel and, maybe gives a different perspective from the mainstream media. Certainly not a staunchly conservative or liberal perspective, but I try to be rational and reasonable. So if you think I do a good job, sharing this video is the best way to help. But don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Let's read the story from NPR. GOP Senator Hawley will object to Electoral College certification. They say Hawley said Wednesday he plans to object during the Electoral College certification process when Congress convenes next week, a move that ensures a delay in the final step to mark President-elect Joe Biden's election victory. I gotta stop here and just point out the absurdity of how the media in this country works. They say that he's going to object to the certification process, but then they call Joe Biden president-elect. Then what is he objecting to if you're already calling him president-elect? You see, as most of you probably know, calling Joe Biden president-elect is more of a media tradition. It's not real. He's not legally the president-elect. We just kind of say it because we expect him to win because, I mean, every bit of the process has moved through, and now we're just basically going to rubber stamp the Electoral College vote count. There's a possibility that, I'll put it this way, let's say, 20 Democrat members of the House are all sick and they can't come and they can't vote. Okay, well then I guess maybe Trump could win when they all object and then make Trump the winner. But come on, even Mitch McConnell's trying to stop this. You don't even have most Republicans. They got one Republican so far to commit to objection. I think it's going to be like 95 votes for Biden, rejecting the objections. It's not going to happen. They're going to say, a tweet from Josh Hawley, he says, millions of voters concerned about the election integrity deserve to be heard. I will object on January 6th on their behalf. In the tweet, he released a statement saying, following both the 2004 and 2016 elections, Democrats in Congress objected during the certification of electoral votes in order to raise concerns about election integrity. They were praised by Democratic leadership and the media when they did, and they were entitled to do so. But now those of us concerned about the integrity of this election are entitled to do the same. Quote, I cannot vote to certify the Electoral College results on January 6th without raising the fact that some states, particularly Pennsylvania, failed to follow their own state election laws. And I cannot vote to certify without pointing out the unprecedented effort of mega corporations, including Facebook and Twitter, to interfere in this election in support of Joe Biden. At the very least, Congress should investigate allegations of voter fraud and adopt measures to secure the integrity of our elections. But Congress has so far failed to act. For these reasons, I will follow the same practice Democrat members of Congress have in years past and object during the certification process on January 6th to raise these critical issues. NPR goes on to say, Hawley is the first senator to announce publicly he will object to the results. That's significant because the rules dictate that for an objection to be considered, a member from the House and Senate must lodge an objection in writing. Rep. Mo Brooks of Alabama has already said he will object to the results as well. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell had reportedly urged Republicans not to object during a joint session, as it puts GOP lawmakers in the uncomfortable position of supporting an objection that will likely fail and forces them to go on the record as to whether or not they concur with allegations of election fraud. Hawley's announcement paints a clearer picture of what the session on January 6th will look like. Biden will still be certified as the election's winner, but it's now certain there will be a debate and vote in both chambers. Here's what the process will look like. Both the House and Senate will retire to their own chambers and speak in favor or against the objection, according to Congressional Research Service. That period should not take longer than 2 hours. Each chamber then votes with a simple majority needed to uphold the objection. Both the Senate and House must agree to the objection for it to succeed, a requirement that makes any ultimate success on the objection unlikely, given the Democrats' majority in the House. This all stems from Trump's baseless claims about election fraud, as it became clear voters won't grant him a second term. Various lawsuits filed on behalf of his campaign and his allies in the states he did not win were thrown out in court. Trump's attorney general at the time of election, Bill Barr, has said the Justice Department found no evidence of widespread fraud in this election. Now, to clarify, Bill Barr said, of course there's fraud. There's always fraud. But they had not seen fraud on a scale that would have changed the outcome of the election. I have personally corroborated some of this potentially illegal ballots. I want to be very precise with my language. Again, what I saw was not evidence enough that the election results were changed because of it. But it's enough for me to say, why aren't we getting a hard inquiry and investigation? I'll tell you what's really amazing to me in all of this. We're talking about who gets to be the president. I think it should be fine to spend a month or two doing hard audits and investigations. But it's really simple, my friends. We do not live in a fair world, and that's obvious to most people, anybody who's an adult, I would say. And everything is propaganda, manipulation, and influence. Lies and smears come out if you are not a part of the establishment elites. News organizations will push around fake news and lies, and that's the name of the game. It's not really about who got the most votes. It's not really about whether there was fraud, and I don't care if it's Trump or anyone else saying otherwise. Trump's concern is winning. I believe that if Trump won, Joe Biden would be saying the exact same things, and I've said the inverse. Hillary Clinton told Joe Biden not to concede under any circumstances, and Trump thought it was a good idea. Now they're outraged that Trump is doing certainly what they would have done. In fact, there were many people screaming at the Electoral College back in 2016 about how they shouldn't be voting for Trump. We are now getting the inverse. But I think the important thing to point out is we do have evidence of fraud. It has been shown, there is circumstantial evidence, there is data, and there is legitimate hard evidence. Well, now, why is it that before we say anything, any of it is proof, we say there's evidence, signs or indications something may have occurred? That's fine. The left immediately says, no, ignore it, it didn't happen, you're crazy. The right says it did. You see the problem? The left will never concede. So long as they control institutions of power, they will use that power to prevent any transparency into their side. I certainly think the same would be true for Republicans. The Republican Party is crony establishment elite trash as well. Trump wants to win. Trump will fight with every ounce of his being to win. Now, I'll tell you where things start getting spicy and scary. There's apparently news that a new probe or an ongoing criminal probe into Trump is ramping up once again. If Trump has nothing left to lose and there's a real risk he'll go to prison, why wouldn't Trump take some kind of dramatic action? I think he absolutely might. But it rests upon whether or not supporters would actually come out for him. Now, as for whether Mike Pence and Trump will actually take any actions, or more specifically Mike Pence, I just don't see it. Politico reports, Pence declined to back Gohmert-led effort to upend elections, lawyers indicate. Rep. Louis Gohmert is pressing to throw out long-established procedures so that the president will win another term. I'm sorry. At this point, with Gohmert and other Republicans challenging the constitutionality of an 1887 law, it's a law that's been in place since 1887. Now it's being challenged. Clearly, the goal here is Trump must win by any means necessary. And I don't fault anybody for doing whatever they can to win. The challenge arises when the system breaks down, when you can't trust one side or the other, or you just know everyone's fighting as hard as possible for power. And then what happens is you choose who you trust. What information do you believe? I mean, look at this. I'm reading Politico and NPR, and we just choose to accept it as fact right now. Well, I'll tell you. I've looked into, I do basic fact-checking, and I avoid stories when I think they're buck. But Politico is not a good source. Why bother using them? And the best source I could find, the original report, I guess. But Politico both simultaneously reported that Ukrainians did interfere in the election in 2016 to help Hillary, and then later a different reporter at Politico reported that it didn't happen. And guess what? Whichever one you pick, you will get criticized for. Now, the real problem is the institutions and the establishment controlled by the establishment left. And they have allies in the progressive left who kind of just go along with what they say. Fake progressive pundits who do everything they can to claim to be progressives but actually just support the machine. The establishment leans left, and progressives will take what they can get, and they tend to support it. So when they put out fake news, when they lie, that's allowed. When they push insane conspiracy theories for years, that's allowed. But heaven forbid you read one of their own stories that they later on say was wrong. How about TechCrunch, which published that hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin was showing promising results in tests to help with COVID? When Trump repeated it, instantly, it was a conspiracy theory, and Trump was acting in a dangerous way. That's the name of the game. They say. It's the Rep. Louis Gohmert and Arizona's 11 Republican electors have revealed Tuesday that Vice President Mike Pence declined to sign onto their plan to upend Congress's certification of President-elect Joe Biden's victory. It's the first indication that Pence is resisting some of the most extreme calls to reverse the presidential election results, thus relying on his role as the presiding officer on January 6th, when Congress meets to finalize Biden's win. Gohmert and the Arizona electors sued Pence this week to throw out the procedures that Congress had relied upon since 1889 to count electoral votes. Instead, he said, Pence has the unilateral authority to determine which electors should be voted upon by Congress, raising the prospect that Pence would simply override the choices made by voters in states like Arizona and Pennsylvania that Biden won to introduce Donald Trump's electors instead. You want to know why I say that's ridiculous? The idea that the sitting vice president who's running for re-election could just choose to vote for himself, I'm sorry, that makes absolutely no sense. If you want to raise objections because there's impropriety or irregularities in these states, then I agree with you, and I think you have your constitutional right to do it. In Iowa, a Democrat is challenging the results. It's her right to do it. But the Democrats are claiming it's wrong for Trump to do it. Well, that's hypocrisy. Certainly, if Trump can do it, the Democrats can do it. That's only fair, right? We are not playing fair. The game isn't fair, and the rules are being bent by those who seek power. In the end, you just have to choose which conqueror you would prefer to live under. Now, let me tell you about my real fears for January 6th. It has nothing to do with Mike Pence. It has nothing to do with Josh Hawley. It has a lot more to do with the insanity that is gripping this nation. Mediaite reports, Walmart Twitter account goes rogue. Supermarket calls Josh Hawley a sore loser for electoral college objection. Tweeting out, go ahead, get your 2-hour debate, sore loser. Okay, most of us know what this is. The employee working at Walmart or whoever managed their social media forgot to switch accounts. It's not really Walmart making this declaration, but it is a Walmart employee. A Walmart employee who's in control of digital marketing. There was a study done a couple of years ago that shows digital marketing firms overlap with resistance Twitter. That's why you see all of this advertising tends to be leftist. People in this country are hyper-polarized to such an insane degree. The person who is tweeting for Walmart's PR department is yelling at Josh Hawley. And now you see it. Now you hear it. Ex-Pence aide turned Trump critic, very concerned about January 6th violence. They say a former aide to Vice President Pence, who has since become a vocal critic of the Trump administration, warned Monday that she feared violence could erupt in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, when Congress will formally certify President-elect Joe Biden's Electoral College victory. Quote, I'm actually very concerned that there will be violence on January 6th because the president himself is encouraging it. Olivia Troy said in an appearance on MSNBC's Deadline. Well, this is the dirty game they play. Trump said, be there, it will be wild. Trump didn't say show up and do anything violent. And even Alex Jones called for a peaceful protest and protest occupation. Clearly nonviolent civil disobedience. But this individual isn't saying these things on TV because they want you to be informed. They're saying it for political points. They're saying it, they say the lie, they repeat the lie, they seed the lie, and it works. They control the institution, so what does it matter what they think and what you think? This is where things truly start getting really crazy. I mean, they can just say anything they want. Trump encourages violence. And now what we're going to get, numerous news outlets are all going to start repeating the same thing over and over again. And they'll just say it's true. And then Wikipedia will enter into the record Donald Trump encouraged violence on January 6th, which he didn't do. But when they say that, what happens? Leftists hear it, and then they start encouraging violence. And then people on the right react, and the Proud Boys show up, and they fight back. So yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But it wasn't just this individual. MSNBC has another op-ed from Steve Bannon, not Steve Bannon, Bannon. Trump's desire for wild protest sparks fear among U.S. officials. One observer noted that Trump will fail in Congress, but the greater danger is on the streets, where pro-Trump forces are already threatening chaos. They say it was 9 days ago when Trump announced via Twitter there would be a wild protest in the nation's capital on January 6th. They say, and what, pray tell, does Trump expect to happen on January 6th? As lawmakers certify his successor's victory? He hasn't said. Wait a minute, he hasn't said. But I thought they said that he was encouraging violence. Oh, Trump didn't actually say anything other than, be there, it'll be wild. They go on to say, Washington Post's David Ignatius noted that even some Republican officials are concerned the outgoing president may try to overstep the constitutional limits on his power. They say Trump's last-ditch campaign will almost certainly fail in Congress. The greater danger is on the streets, where pro-Trump forces are already threatening chaos. Government officials fear that if violence spreads, Trump could invoke the Insurrection Act to mobilize the military. Then Trump might use military capabilities to rerun the November 3rd election in swing states, as suggested by Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor. Trump could take military capabilities and he could place them in those states and basically rerun an election, Flynn told Newsmax in a December 17th interview. I don't believe these people. They're conspiracy crazies. I just don't see anything like this happening. But I will tell you this. You know, looking at how the media has handled everything, looking at how people on the right feel, the fracture is here. It's really funny. The left would like to criticize me for saying that New York State, violating the Constitution, shutting down small businesses, and barring people from practicing their First Amendment rights, and Second Amendment rights for that matter, while putting up checkpoints, does not constitute a pseudo-secession. I said that New York might as well have seceded from the Union by doing all of these things, and that Trump is doing nothing to enforce the Constitution in any of these states. Why? Well, because Trump is not the despot they claimed he was. So now we have states like New York, New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, clearly in defiance of the U.S. Constitution. Many of these governors put sick people, COVID patients, into nursing homes, killing the elderly, and nothing is done to ensure justice or to enforce the Constitution. Where in the Constitution does it say that the governor has the authority to put ill people in nursing homes? And where is anyone to say that crossed the line? Well, ProPublica did, and they're a fairly left-leaning organization. But tribalism is so intense in this country that it doesn't matter. That people will actually defend governors shutting down churches, but allowing pro-Biden individuals to jump around in the streets and drink champagne, take their masks off. They'll defend it. When you see that people are marching in the streets for racial justice, and the only excuse they can muster up is, yeah, well, racism is bad. When you see people dancing around because Joe Biden was declared the victor and drinking champagne, and they say, yeah, well, you know, that's fine. But then they tell you you can't go to church. You as an individual can't go to a church of, say, 50 people. Clearly, they are not telling you the truth. They are not operating in good faith. And their only goal with the lies and the media smears is to destroy you. I guess we're in the counting heads phase, is one way to put it. The goal from the mainstream media is to beat enough people into submission to just accept the establishment elites and their control over you. People on the right are resisting because, well, they don't like that. And they certainly, you know, many individuals on the right want their power as well and don't want to live under the despotic lunacy of many of these lying media elites and political elites in the political establishment. For too long, the American people have ignored what's been going on. And what we see in the media with their lies and manipulation and smears, it's been allowed to carry on because the American people haven't been paying attention. What I find truly interesting right now is that, you know, you have the Arizona GOP actually signaling that the election was taken from Bernie Sanders. But many in the left still criticize and attack Trump supporters on the right. The most powerful thing this country could actually see is if the populists stopped fighting each other and started fighting the establishment. But then you can see where the high-profile fake progressives come in, siding with the establishment while pretending to be progressive, saying, don't challenge Nancy Pelosi. You've got many progressives, people like Jimmy Dore, Kyle Kulinski, saying, force a vote on Medicare for all. I support that. 100% I do. I support the demands of the progressives and the leftists who want the Democrats to vote for Medicare for all. Why is it then that the establishment progressives, those in Congress, and the high-profile YouTubers and personalities who claim to be progressives are rejecting the will of the populist left? Doesn't quite make sense, does it? Because the real issue is you have forces that pretend to be on the right and the left, and their real goal is to make sure you don't realize we actually have more in common with each other as populists and liberty-minded individuals than any of us have with the establishment. But for some reason, there's money to be made. I wonder why. Among people to just support the likes of Joe Biden and push back Bernie or Trump. I'll tell you what I find also interesting, is that Bernie Sanders is easily supported because the establishment will never let him in, and he's not strong enough to get in. Trump is the insurgent who broke down the door, and the establishment Republicans hate his guts. I wonder what would happen on January 6th if the Proud Boys said our beef is not with Antifa. I wonder what would happen on January 6th if Antifa said our beef is not with the Proud Boys. And both groups of supposed populists said our beef is with the establishment. I wonder then who really is being honest about being a populist. What's the real issue here? Why do the Proud Boys got to go to major urban centers for their protests, right? Go to Portland. What if they just went and did their thing in the middle of nowhere where people agreed with them? Same thing with Antifa. Why should I care at this point if Antifa wants to set up an autonomous zone in Portland? Well, I moved out of the cities. I'm done playing these games. If voting and fighting for these changes isn't going to work because the people who live there are entrenched in tribalism and just want to win, well, then at a certain point I say, you do your thing, I'll do mine. Look, I still live in this country and I believe in fighting for it. I believe in, nonviolent civil disobedience, voting for people that you believe will fight for your cause. But for the most part, we haven't seen any of that in a long time. You can keep fighting, you can make demands, or I look at it this way. If Antifa wants to protest in their cities and have their way, well then, by all means, let them. Why should we enact the rules of Portland on rural and suburban Oregon? If the red part of Oregon doesn't want to live under the laws of the city, then why does it have to be that way? How about we just agree to disagree, and we can stay as one great nation, and you just do your thing? And if you don't want guns, then don't have your guns in your city, and then everyone else can have their guns. It's interesting and complicated. There are people in New York City who assert their constitutional right to say bear arms, but they lose the fight every step of the way. Where is anyone to enforce the Constitution? Because I'll tell you, that one of the tricks they've done, particularly with, say, like with marijuana, was that they said, okay, we can't ban it, but you need to buy a stamp to be able to buy it. But then no one sells the stamps. That's what they do in many states. They say, we're not going to infringe on your right to own a weapon, but you need special permits, training, and licensing that we don't give out. But if you don't get it, you can't buy it. They do that in states like New Jersey. They say, no, you can have a weapon. Yeah, you just got to get this form. And then when you try to get it, they roadblock you, so you can't. But they did, it's still legal to own the weapon, they say, with the right permit that you can't get. That's the game. We're at a point now where people are talking about this peaceful divorce. It's been talked about for quite some time. Why should I argue with the likes of a progressive YouTuber who wants universal health care? How about they just enact it in their state? Why is that so hard? You look, if Antifa wants to occupy their city, I'm done arguing against it. The cops in these cities are destroying the small businesses, and at a certain point, everything's been wiped out. And you know what? It is bad, that these bad people get away with doing bad things. But what do we do when most of the people who live there vote for this and want it? That's the problem. So do you want to live under the boot of authoritarians, constantly begging the other people under the boot to stand up and push back? Or do you eventually say, I am not in the majority opinion here, I'll go somewhere else and live as I choose, much more freely? And that could be outside the U.S. or it could be in the U.S. So I put it this way. On January 6th, I don't understand why the left and the right would even be bothering fighting each other. Why is the left going to defend Joe Biden? That makes no sense to me. Why is the right going to go pick a fight with people who also don't like the government? And if Trump is out, it sounds like the enemy of my enemy is my friend is starting to look really good to a lot of people. I hope that come January 6th, it's peaceful. People get their point across. Maybe they can enact some political change through nonviolent civil disobedience. And I hope that's the way it goes. My fear, however, is that I'm hearing crazy stuff, and the left is going to show up, and there's probably going to be street battles. And once again, the left and the right will be fighting each other instead of, the boot that's crushing them. That's probably what's going to happen. But I don't know, man. A couple bars have already shut down. We've had the Hotel Harrington. We've had Harry's Bar. So now we have got two venues that have shut down. And it seems like the only thing I can really predict is street fights. But predictions are worthless. I don't think anybody should be coming to me to figure out what's going to happen in the future. I'll tell you this. Many of the things I've predicted have absolutely been correct, and the left doesn't want to admit it. They'll pull select clips because, of course, no one bats at bats a perfect. I don't know. Bats. What is it? 100 or whatever? Is that how you say it? No one. Not everybody always bowls a perfect game. And there are a lot of things that I've pointed out over the past couple of years that have absolutely come true. A couple of years ago, I said the street fights we're seeing will escalate, and politically, it will reach the top levels of government. And it did. We now have tribalism completely affecting our government. If you think it's bad now, like Josh Hawley objecting, What do you think's going to happen in 2 or 4 years? Do you think people will simmer down and calm down? I don't think so, unless some dramatic changes happen. I'll tell you one thing. If Section 230 is repealed, then yeah, you will get the wool pulled back over your eyes, and then we'll get a woke, new, beautiful, great reset future. There will be pockets of insurgency that'll get wiped out, and no one will have any idea what's going on. And that's where we're headed. And that's thanks to Donald Trump, to be completely honest. Mitch McConnell's the one proposing repealing 230, and I'm sure the Democrats are pretending like they're upset about it, but they're probably stoked about it. They're probably super excited. It'll give all of these platforms so much more control to shut out whoever they don't want. Conservatives are already saying they don't care, though. They've already been shut out, so shut everybody out, right? Fine, so be it. Watch the system crumble. I can't tell you what'll happen. Predictions are meaningless. Here's the information as it stands. I wonder what's going to happen. Comment below, let me know what you think. Leave a good review on the podcast. Thanks for hanging out. Next segment's coming up tonight at 8 p.m. YouTube.com/TimCastIRL. We will be live talking about a lot of this stuff and philosophy and aliens and whatever else. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. And I will see you all tonight at 8 p.m. YouTube.com/TimCastIRL. Until then, adios.
Well, V, there's this techie, Big Pete. He just made an appearance in the Badlands, only I'd rather he hadn't. Catch my meaning? I'm sending some info on this static scum your way.
Spot. This isn't a bar? It is. But it's our bar. Get up. Let's take a walk. Hey, leave him alone, cabrones. V! Hey, go teach these assholes how to behave in my bar.
You heard what Pepe said. Take a fucking walk.
June, fuck off. Or I implant my blade in your ribs.
Really think you're fast enough with that blade? Really? The way I see it, be a smoking hole in your chest before your neurons even light up. But hey, nothing like a little experiment, right?
Alright, come on, Pedro. Not worth it. Don't work out. Yo, fuck you! Carajo. Fucking punk.
What just happened? Landed in a little trouble. Cleaned up now.
God damn, sorry. I think I've had a little too much. Fuck, what a night. Why'd you help me?
Because you would have caught a beating. Or worse.
This fucking town, these people, just here, minding my own business. If it weren't for you, I'd... Here, for your trouble. The rest, bartender got the rest.
Circling him like sharks on the scent of fresh corporal blood. Could have ended badly if you hadn't stepped in, V.
Yeah, well, not all heroes wear capes.
How about we drink to you, then? On the house.
Won't say no to a free drink.
To good fortune and prosperity.
Long day?
Could say that again. I'm on a double. No break.
Working overtime to make an extra buck?
Nah, just don't want to go home. 10 years married, you know? 10 years and suddenly I'm not good enough. No, she has to go get some side action. Anyhow, since you brought up money, you wouldn't be looking for a gig, would you be? Pay solid.
Run me through it.
It's about my wife, right? Name's Cynthia. She's cheating. I'm sure of it. Only question is, who will? Could let it eat away at me. Or I could get someone like you. Ain't no more than an evening's work.
Sure she's cheating on you?
Let's start with the fact that she always stays late after work. I know she's lying. Called her office one night, she wasn't even there. Besides that, well, we got a kid together, right? Doesn't even look like me. Different hair, different eyes, all of it. Used to be easy to check these things, but with today's tech, there's a way around every test now.
Why you want to know who she's with? What's the point?
What's the point? What kind of gunk question is that?
Simple one. Answer it.
I want to look him in the eyes. Ask him how it feels fucking some other guy's wife. Breaking up a happy marriage.
Gonna have to keep tabs on your wife. Follow her around town. Where'd she be now?
She works nearby. I'll give you the address. Knowing her, she'll be on a smoke break. Smokes like a goddamn tire fire.
Like half this city.
Wait. But today, she was wearing a pink jacket. And, she had a blue purse, I think.
Colorful.
Always like dressing up. Get a woman something nice for her birthday, anniversary. And what do you get in return?
Okay, fine. I'm in.
You're my hero, V. Means a lot to me.
Seedy Bar's betrayal of beguiling woman sounds like something out of a pulpy noir thriller. Pepe was used to listening to his customers' complaints, but now it was he who needed to get something off his chest. It was the same old story. An unfaithful wife in a city where everything was uncertain.
You about done. I'm trying to focus.
I arrived on the scene, looking for the woman in the pink jacket. The woman with a sordid past.
Stop right there.
What if I was driving a car?
was her, the lady in pink, breaker of hearts, framed by a halo of cigarette smoke. I followed her.
Dreaming of the day the narrator put a fucking plug in it.
Got too close. Almost scared the dame off. Better be careful.
I know, I know.
The woman looked around. Something
Keep this
weighed
up.
on her.
I'm a fucking puke.
Maybe it was my
Narrate
gaze.
that.
The woman passes a bum, gives him a wide berth, doesn't want her clothes dirty. Her conscience is already dirty enough. Got too close. Again.
Seriously, what did I
Something
even
just
do?
drew me to her, like one magnet to another.
Ugh, stop.
The dame disappeared into the guts of a building ready to collapse. The air hung heavy with smog and betrayal.
Ugh, maybe it's a good thing I'm dying. So what's cooking?
Depends. What are you craving?
doing here?
Fuck, Cynthia. Told you to make sure nobody followed you.
Doesn't matter. Seen enough.
But... Huh? What the hell is going on?
They say lies have short legs, but liars, oh, their gams go all the way up.
Oh, where's this scop coming from? Job's done. Followed your wife. Went into some rundown pad. Man was waiting for her inside.
I knew it. What else?
Dunno. Honestly, don't care either. Did my job, now your turn.
Hands to yourself.
Hey, careful! You're tearing my shirt!
Well.
Hey, you! What are you doing here?
Fuck, Cynthia. Told you to make sure nobody followed you.
Husband sent me. Suspected something.
What?
See who was right.
No! It's not like that. I can explain.
Go on then, let's hear it.
Okay, for one thing, he's not my input. He's my ripper. A specialist in plastic surgery.
A specialist in this dump.
Look, I know, I had this little accident a few years ago. The victim, well, the patient's family still can't let it go. That's why I'm forced to work here.
Hold on a sec. What about your kid?
Here's the thing, I didn't used to look like this. I had a total body sculpt. Skin, hair, eyes, everything. Except, well, you can't fool your genes. That's why our son looks different than Pepe imagined. It's not because he's not the father, just that I don't look anything like the old me.
Why? Why do that?
And why do you think? Out of boredom? Because I was a rich, basic bitch? Everyone's got their own secret. Something they want to forget or leave behind them. I had a lot of them. And I can't share them with anyone. Not even my own husband. I know I should have told Pepe about all this, but it was never a good time. And now that I'm expecting again, it wasn't planned. Please, tell him that...
Yes?
I don't know. I don't know what to tell him myself. That I'm really sorry. That life's an absurdist drama, okay? Just go.
Hit the nail on the head with that last point.
Job's done. Followed your wife. Went into some rundown pad. Man was waiting for her inside.
I knew it. What else?
Knew it, huh? Didn't know a thing. Didn't cheat on you. At least, not in the way you think.
Huh? What way, then?
She was at a Ripper's getting a scan. Her skin, hair, eyes, it's all implanted. Every single last part of her.
So, my son. That's why he...
Exactly.
Jesus fucking Cristo. How could you keep this from me? Our own husband, 10 fucking years. It's not about the skin or whatever, it's that she lied. How the hell am I supposed to trust her now?
Okay, yes, Cynthia was hiding something from you. Yes, she lied, but the woman loves you, you gonk. You know how much that means in this fucking town? If I were you, I'd just live and let live, you know?
Yeah. I guess you're right. Anyway, thanks. This is for you. For your troubles.
Good man, Pepe. Take care.
Silence fell like a wet blanket over the city, muffling its cries. Time to rest, I thought. Time to drink.
See? That's more like it. Finally making some sense.
New fingerprints detected.
Fuck?
Increasing volume by 33%. New fingerprints detected.
What the hell are you?
User inquiry. Technical specifications. HJKE11 smart gun with built-in AI. Experimental model. Name. Skippy.
Skippy. Seriously.
Increasing volume by 66%. Name.
I'm not deaf!
Understood. Hearing within norm. Possible issue, low IQ. Reducing speech rate by 33%. My name is Skippy.
No, it's just... never mind. Guy by the dumpster. That your owner?
Checking memory. Resources available. 100%. All files removed manually. Possible cause, theft. Original owner, no data. Suggested solution, none.
I got one. I'll take it.
Processing request. No objections found.
Can I change your name?
No.
Why not? Considering I'm your new owner.
Increasing volume by 300%. Administrator rights are needed to complete that action. You do not have the required permissions.
Still got all your functions?
Running system diagnostics. Testing will take approximately 47 seconds. Bum bum be dum bum bum.
What are you doing?
I'm making the wait more pleasant with a soothing melody. Bum bum be dum bum bum be dum bum. Test successfully completed. The program's Skippy version 0.01 alpha is running correctly.
Alright, so what can you do? Besides talk my ear off.
Primary feature, automated targeting. In case of critical threat to user, autonomous shooting capabilities. Please choose one of two operating modes. First mode, puppy-loving pacifist. I will aim at the enemy's lower extremities. Second mode, stone cold killer. I will aim exclusively at the head.
Guess I'll go with puppy-loving pacifist.
Adjusting settings. Bum bum be dum bum bum be dum bum.
Ugh.
Selected mode. Puppy-loving pacifist. Enjoy permanently crippling your enemies.
Thinking of buying some iron.
You're thinking sound. Won't get far in Night City without any.